Wild Earth. Send me live questions through the Wild Earth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Ngala's and Beyond Private Game Reserve. And in front of us here, we are sitting with a mating pair of lions, as you can see there on your screen. And with that, I say to you, welcome aboard to our safari live in the African wild. Well, good afternoon again. As you can see here with that male sitting down there with a nice little breeze of the wind coming up on his mane as you see it pushing back. If you look carefully right next to him, you'll see that there is a female by his side. Hello everybody, my name is Roel, and behind camera there I've got Gert. And today we are planning on spending a little bit of time with these lions here and then see how the day goes. And then after that, perhaps we might head back to the central parts of the reserve to try and look for a leopard. While we were here, I must say they have copulated at least once. So we've been here for the past 15 minutes or so, and they have copulated once. So we're hoping that maybe they might copulate again or mate again while we're here, so that you guys can at least get to see that. But what's interesting is that this lioness, as was mentioned earlier on, is not from the pride that we normally get to see in this part of the reserve. It is from a different pride. But however, there are two males that are the dominant brothers here. So there is this one male, and there is the second one, which would be his brother. And he would also have to mate. So I'm quite curious to see when is he going to come to join, or if he's going to make it into this place, which would be very, very nice to see. Now, for now, doesn't really look like the lioness is active or doing anything. It's just that I think they might be a little bit exhausted, because it looks like they've been mating for quite some time. I know if it was the first time or the first day that they started mating or copulating, they would do it frequently after every few more minutes. But as the days go by, because they can easily mate for a number of days, at least 5, 6 or 7 days or so, so that time frame becomes a bit longer and longer. A very beautiful animal lions are. I think they're known for their strength and everything else, and today I think we might get to see them display a different side of them. All right, so I think for now, because these lions aren't really doing, aren't really copulating at the moment. So what we're gonna do is maybe send you down to Steve in Juma, have a look at a herd of impala that he's got for you guys around there.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Juma Private Game Reserve at the Sabi Sands. We haven't gone very far ourselves to find some animals. Our resident herd of impalas here on the open air of quarantine. And my name is Steve Holgman, joined by Johan on camera, and we are very excited as always to have you with us. And our plans for this afternoon are to continue on the discussion of ecology. And I know that to some of you, maybe the depth of the word ecology might seem a little bit much. So what I'm going to focus on now is the animals that we find and how is it that they fit in. For example, we've got a nice big herd of impala here. There's a male impala. There's a group of females with their youngsters. And how do we delve into the ecology of impala? Well, first of all, they're in a decent-sized group, are they not? So how do they deal with predators? They hang out in large groups. We know that their breeding strategy is one of flooding the market, having many babies at the same time, so that those that do get killed, there's plenty to supplement the growth of that population. Impala as well, their coloration helps them to actually get lost in amongst the herd. There's something known as counter shading, something that frogs' eggs also do as well. The frogs' eggs are counter shaded against the sky or against the bottom of the pond so as to make them almost invisible. And the way that the impala stands out to us with the ability to see color is very different from that of a predator. And so having the ability to be in these large groups and also the ability to melt into each other as numbers enables the impala to do quite well. And of course, we are approaching the breeding season. So the male impala that we probably started the show with there has got horns, whereas the females do not. So from an ecological point of view, impala do not fight for defense of each other or of their families. They fight for breeding rights. When you look at other antelope, other animals where both male and female have horns, the chances are that those animals, including the females, have got horns as a form of defense against predators. Where impala, how do they defend themselves against predators? They run. They try to get lost in the herd. They try to stay in the middle of the herd. And when they need to, if we look at the hips, the back legs are much higher or a little bit higher than the front, and their legs are spring-loaded. And when they take off, everybody, they are incredibly agile, and they're incredibly fast and can cover a very large distance in a short period of time. So ecologically, they've got those adaptations against predation. But what else have they got? They are ruminants. Many of the antelope species we'll come across are ruminants, which means that they're able to feed when the conditions are suitable and then go and sit out in an open area where it's safe to do so and protect themselves against predators. So the impala are edge specialists. They live in the thickets and out in the open plains. They like to go between the two habitat types. So that is part of their ecology. Vincent, do you want to know how they keep their coats so clean? Well, once again, another beautiful adaptation. You'll notice that the impalas are often licking or scratching themselves with their own mouth. Their teeth in the side of the mouth are actually slightly loose and operate sort of like a comb. So they're able to comb the majority of their body by doing so. And then another ecological adaptation that they have is something known as allo grooming. So sometimes you'll find it, you'll see one individual will stand face to face with another one, and they will scratch that one on the exact area. Can you see the one is busy scratching itself there now? Okay, you'll see that they will go and scratch the one on the neck or head area exactly where they need to be scratched or groomed, and the other one will reciprocate. And so they'll go through the process of allo grooming. Allo grooming is a process of bonding. It's something very, very common in many sort of social birds, in mating pairs, in baboons, in lions, something that helps to sort of pair them together or socially coordinate or bond that grouping together. So you scratch my back, I scratch yours is exactly a term of allo grooming. Same as we're talking lines of allo suckling, that's where individual females will suckle the cubs of another. That is a benefit to the family, benefit to the species. But of course, impala have an ecological adaptation out here, and they are food to everybody. So a very important animal out here. And well, we've got our rain roofs on this afternoon because there is some rainfall predicted. Let's go see how accurate that is.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to a very warm Tswalu Kalahari. As you can see, we left camp a little bit early this afternoon and we're incredibly lucky to be able to follow up on a report from this morning of where our wild dog pack is. We've managed to find 2 of them so far, but we think the rest are resting up in that thicket hiding in the shade there. Weatherman said it would be a high of 29 today. I'd like to have a conversation with him in regards to that temperature. I'm not sure how accurate it is. Good afternoon again and welcome. My name's Josh, I'll be your guide, and behind the camera is BK, doing some amazing work. And we're sitting here at one of our water holes in the west, having a look at our lovely wild dogs. Always special to spend some time with these guys, and we have caught them during their midday siesta. So as it gets cooler a little bit late in the afternoon, there's a good chance they'll get mobile, maybe potentially hunt. It'll all depend. But I believe you were learning about impala and that from Steve. So these guys are very partial to impala. And they're good friends at the dinner table. Some flies irritating them a little bit. So although there is no set number of how many wild dog we have left, we know they are an endangered species and that the estimates of population sit somewhere between 7,000 and about 8,000 wild dogs left in the wild. So definitely one of our 3 most endangered carnivores here. So any time we get with them, it's just that much more special. A lot of good work going in with a few conservation groups into spreading their numbers and keeping that gene pool as wide as possible. So Ravinda, we have 4 wild dogs at the moment here in this pack. It's not a very large pack, but we do know that they have been mating over the last few weeks and that we're really hoping for pups soon. So it's a very short gestation period, about 70 days, after which there's anywhere between 1 and 10 pups born. I have heard of much larger litters, but not as many will make it to adulthood then. So we're hoping for anything that doubles the size of our pack, we'd be eternally grateful for. I do think they might have the right idea on this very warm afternoon. Sort of a little midday siesta is maybe not the worst thing on earth. I do find it very funny that when we were younger and told to go for a nap, we kicked and screamed and refused. But I think most adults would agree that being told to go for an hour's kip during the day wouldn't be the worst thing on earth. And those incredible coats will always amaze me. Dion, wild dogs are by far your most favorite animal. I think you need to meet one of our guides, Yuan. I think he would most definitely agree with you. He has a burning passion for them. I really enjoy them. They're an incredibly special animal, and it's always humbling when we get to spend time with them. But I find the mystery of the aardvark and a few other species, because we never find them, tend to lean me towards them as my favorites. But no, I can definitely share your joy in seeing them, especially when you start to get a look at those lovely patterns that make up their coats. It sort of explains itself in their Latin name, Lycanon pictus. So wolf-like on one hand in the Lycanon, and pictus painted in the other, which kind of gives rise to their misnomer, well, not misnomer, but their other name as painted wolves, which I quite enjoy. Very quiet at the moment. They're definitely being irritated by the flies. One of the things we do find quite close to waterholes is generally an abundance of something called a louse fly. A very irritating chap that is quite a sharp proboscis and will quite happily feed on you. So they're BK's favorite animal here on Tswalu. BK is shaking his head at me. It's a very hardy insect, but there's a good chance they'll be irritating the wild dogs as much as us. Generally in arid areas, you'll find that carnivores' territories are much larger because of food. But these guys' advantage is the fact that they are the only pack on Tswalu, so their territory is the entire Koranenburg section. I'm going to spend the afternoon, or at least an hour of it, seeing what they get up to.
For all of you Wild Earth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
I'm absolutely delighted to have won the February prize draw for 3 nights for 6 people at the Djuma Private Game Reserve. I absolutely love everything Wild Earth has to offer. I find the guides extremely knowledgeable and will go above and beyond to ensure a great safari experience. I will be taking my husband and family from the UK to experience this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One of the main reasons I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program was for the fireside chats and also to win an incredible prize, which I am so fortunate to win and incredibly happy. I would like to thank Wild Earth for this amazing prize and cannot wait to meet the team.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
You can see that they have moved from their previous position. Earlier on, they were on the right hand side of the vehicle. For a moment there, I really thought that they were going to mate, but they just moved and lay down again on the other side. So hopefully, they'll get up and maybe we might get to see them actually mate. What I've seen in most cases is lionesses, because they are the ones that will initiate the mating. Sometimes the males do take charge. So what they do is use their tails around the male's face just to get his attention. But in this case, this lioness does not have a tail. So it just becomes interesting to see her still be able to pass that communication to that male without using the tail. A couple of yawns that they give, signs of them being a bit exhausted or tired. And I think we might be lucky. If you could just listen to the sounds that the male makes, I think for me that is the best. How incredible was that? You see what she's doing? Now that she's copulated and she does that little turn onto her back, she's trying to get the semen just to cover all the parts inside her uterus so that it increases her chances of actually to conceive. And sometimes, if suppose this female had cubs, and this male was not the father and he was moving in, maybe to kill the cubs. Sometimes the females go into what we call fake oestrus, where they want to get the attention of the male away from the cubs. So what she will do, instead of rolling all the way down to the other side, she will roll halfway up and then go back down to the same side. Then you know that she's just trying to use that as a diversion. But in this case, you could see and that they've been here for quite a few number of days. But surprisingly, there are some wildebeest in a distance. They are behind a few bushes from where these lions are, but at least 100, 150 meters away from here. And I think the wildebeest are aware that there are lions in the area. Maybe realize that the lions are caught up in their own little world. They're not necessarily a threat. But also the presence here of these lions. Normally where we are, there's quite a lot of general game, zebras and impalas full. But I think because these lions have been here since yesterday, none of those animals dare to come back. Because even though they're busy mating, should an opportunity that is, well, maybe too great to pass, present itself, they'll still take it. Alison, that's a great question. Alison wants to know how long they mate for. The mating itself goes for a couple of days, almost a week. But the copulation is just for a couple of seconds, but they'll mate frequently after every 7 to 15 minutes. If you look, there's an interesting development here. There's an elephant bull at least 100 meters away from these lines, and you can see that male there has got his attention and is watching this big bull. Should that guy turn around and head this way, the lions would have no choice but to move out of his way. It would be interesting to see what would happen. Not necessarily because the elephant is afraid of the lions, because lions do not pose a threat to an elephant, especially an elephant as big as the one that's over there. But because it is a predator, the elephants will just generally push them out of the way. But with the wind blowing from the elephant towards the lions, it means that the elephant might not smell them, and if this lion stays still, the elephant might just carry on and be on his way. Yeah, you can see he is walking in a distance, and he doesn't really seem to be bothered or interested in this side. Not sure if he has seen them or not. That is a very big bull. I think that elephant is carrying on in his own way. Didn't catch any sight of these lions here. Well, all these lions still sitting around here. We'll wait a little bit longer, see if we might get something out of them one last time before we make our way out of here. And then we'll send you down to Kim in Pinda.
Welcome everyone. Welcome to and Beyond Pinda Private Game Reserve. As you can see, we've found some hippo that are being very sleepy this afternoon. And beautiful western section of our reserve. One of my personal favorite sections to go and drive to. So, my name is Kim, and behind the camera we have Craig, and we're going to be with you this afternoon. It's quite a nice, cool day. We've got some lovely cloud cover, which is really welcome. You know, in KwaZulu-Natal here we can get some quite hot weather. So it's turning out to be a really lovely afternoon. Gentle breeze. The birds are all calling. It's been incredibly peaceful right now. I'm particularly excited to be in this section because you can see it's beautifully green. And I'm sure you can see by our watering hole that we've actually had quite a bit of rain. Now this one in particular, and the last time I showed it, last time I was on Wild Earth, it was actually really, really dry. There's a small puddle of water in the middle, and we've had some rain since then. So this is probably the second time I've seen it this full. So it's quite exciting to come and see how beautifully it's filled up. And also it's exciting to be in this section of the reserve because we do have quite a bit of black cotton soils that get really, really wet and are difficult to drive in after a lot of rain. So we haven't been spending too much time around here. And oh, there we go. One of the hippos is actually yawning. Look at that. Look at those massive teeth. And you can see just behind it is actually quite a small little hippo. And calf. It's not too young though, because you can see it's joined up with the rest of them. Now when they're very young, their mother will actually keep them separate from the pod of hippos. I think in fact the one that it's swimming to is most likely its mother, because have a look there, almost tried to put its head on the top of her back. Yeah, so the mother hasn't separated it from the pod, which she would do in the case when it's very young, in the first month or so. And because it's still, early hours of the afternoon, they're not doing too much. Jessica, thank you so much for your question, and what a good one it is. Yes, they do go out of the water every night, and sometimes during the day. I've actually been lucky enough to see them out during the day a few times myself, because animals, you can always, there's a lovely saying, if you read the textbook, yes, they only come out at night. If you believe the textbook, then you're going to miss out. But generally they'll come out at night because they've got very sensitive skin, and they need to feed at least once a day. So they'll come out in the night. In fact, I'm trying to see some prominent hippo trails. If we look on the right-hand side of the watering hole, you can see that there's some prominent hippo trails that you can actually see how they've worn them away by coming in and out of the water. And that'll be part of their daily routine. Every night they go out, they find some grass, and then they come back. They can actually walk up to 11 kilometers in an evening in search of food. But luckily these hippo don't have to do this, because you can see they've got a lot of grass around them. So they don't have to go very far at all. Got a lovely impala ram actually just between those two paths. So our plan for this afternoon is really just to take in this beautiful area and see what we come across while exploring my favorite section of the reserve. So while we go in search of something and see what the bush has to offer us this afternoon, we're going to send you over to Taylor.
We're trying to become one with a herd of wildebeest at the moment that are just staring at us, and we are staring at them. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today is Niels, and we're here, of course, you guessed it, at Pridelands Conservancy, which is part of Tswalu Game Reserve and the Greater Kruger. I say that all the time. I feel like I'm getting really good at it now. Anyways, we are watching a herd of wildebeest on foot at Impala Plains. And the wildebeest bull that had reared up onto his back legs and tried to mount, I'm assuming a female wildebeest, it's a bit far away from here, is very, very excited by her and is obviously trying to mate with her, but she doesn't seem to be cooperating, as she won't stand still. She keeps moving around quite a bit, and we've been here for maybe about 20 minutes now, and he's tried quite a few times. You can see she's actually making the effort to run away. So perhaps she's only just maybe coming into estrus. Maybe she's not quite there, but he's excited nonetheless. But that's something interesting that you don't get to see every single day. And normally when it comes to mating with a lot of the antelope species, it's quite quick. So they don't need to mount the female for very, very long. It's literally happens in just a matter of seconds. But it does require a little bit of cooperation from the female. But you can also see, look how much bigger he is than her. We don't really get to see the size difference of a wildebeest very often, especially when they're standing next to one another. I mean, the bulls are just a little bit taller than the females. But when he mounts her like that, you can see how much more muscular he is, especially around the shoulder region, his neck. Very similar to a stallion, I suppose, when we talk about horses. And bulls with cows, we see that. And then, of course, the very underdeveloped hindquarters. But I don't think he's been successful just yet. It does look like one of the younger wildebeest females. So, obviously, with these breeding herds, typically what we see is that the females will stay together. And the bulls will go off. Now, we are coming up to rutting season soon for the impala, so on this plain as well, there's going to be some very exciting things happening. I think it's going to be quite fun to watch, the boys battling it out, and the wildebeest will do a similar thing too. This is awesome though, but we'll see. Hopefully he does it again, but I suspect that it might be one of the younger females, and perhaps she must be about 2 or 3. That's normally when they first become receptive, so perhaps that's why he's excited. Maybe it's also her first estrus cycle. This one I was looking, and as she moved around, she didn't look to be as big as the others. It looks like there's another female just on the left of him. I just want to double check with my binoculars, because like I said, we're quite a distance away. I'm not sure exactly how far we are. We're about 80 meters or so. Yeah, there's another cow over there, and that cow on the left looks fully grown, and the one on the right still has a bit of a rufous sort of patch on the top of her head. So I suspect that she is indeed not quite fully grown. She has got her tail, now that I'm watching with my binoculars, sort of arched away from her nether regions. And now she doesn't seem to be running away at all. He's beautiful though. He's a really big wildebeest, and they're being quite cooperative to us this afternoon. Just sort of looking around to see if there's anything else. There was also a herd of zebra that were around here, but we unfortunately herded all the animals. They were not quite... Sorry. I know Elton, who is directing the show this afternoon, is trying to give me some questions, but the comms are breaking up quite a bit, so I apologize if I'm not answering any of your questions. I'm just not getting them through very clearly at the moment. But we can get back to them at another time. That's not to worry. Apologies for that. No, he doesn't seem too bothered. He's sort of standing staring at us, and that's a very important role of a big wildebeest bull like this, is that he needs to provide safety for this herd in order for them to stick around for long enough. But this is a very popular area for any of the animals that like to graze. Big open plains, lots of nutritious grass, and then there's water, plenty of water nearby for them too. But other than that, there's not much going on. A couple of swallows, barn swallows, it looks like, flying around too. Probably trying to catch all the little insects as they're just flying above the top of the grass. Anyways, there's a few other things that I'm going to show you at some point when you eventually come back to us. But in the meantime, I think I'm going to send you across to Tswalu, and I'm not sure what they're looking at, but I'm sure it will be exciting.
Well, folks, as you can see, I think we can safely say we've done almost as much as the wild dogs, which is to say, not a lot. We've rolled maybe 5 meters closer, and we have managed to figure out where the rest of the pack are, which is behind a bush in front of our vehicle, maybe 10, 15 meters, which BK is zooming in on. So there we go. They are behind that bush and flat, so not a lot. Oh, we see a bit of a tail every now and then. But yeah, so you can definitely tell there's a wild dog there, but that's about it. And these are having a very much enjoyed snooze. The waterhole, we've had a warthog arrive and leave, and because of the prevailing wind direction, I think he picked up the smell of the dogs, because he took one look and decided that it wasn't worth it, and went straight back into the bushes. So, like most carnivores, most species in the desert, they're taking advantage of any shady spot they can and avoiding the heat. Which is nice for them, but BK and I are getting new suntan watching them. very peaceful at the moment. There's quite a large cloud built up around us. A good chance for rain again by the looks of things. Our rainy season should end towards the end of April, so we'll take everything we can get between now and then. So, an interesting question from Hippo Hyde as to whether or not the small number of dogs affects what prey they will hunt. And that is a definite yes from my side, on the basis that you need more individuals if you're going to go for bigger game. Now, wild dogs hunting is quite an intense thing. They generally run their prey until it's exhausted before going in for the kill. And in the case of these dogs at the moment, the biggest I've seen them go after, personally, would be they've been chasing small oryx, so your gemsbok, but even that is a risky prey, obviously, because of the adults. So for dogs is definitely going to be sticking to the smaller game and going after warthogs and springbok, as well as obviously even smaller than that. I've seen them flush out scrub hares. So definitely going to be staying on the smaller side, Hippo Hyde. I have seen bigger packs take down game up to a full-grown kudu, which is obviously boxing way above their body weight. But it's amazing what teamwork can do. So, quite a fun question. What are the differences between a wild dog and a hyena? From Milan. So, without getting too scientific, if you look at just the Latin name, so starting at the top end of it, your wild dog is Lycanon pictus, where your spotted hyena is Crocuta crocuta, and then obviously our brown hyena, which is another species we get here, is Hyena brunidae. So you can already see that they're not closely related just through the Latin names between the three species. There's a study going on at the moment as to whether or not our spotted hyena isn't actually descended from your European bears, which is something I've been following for a few years, and I'm very keen to see how it works. If we look at the body build as just a visual thing, your hyenas are obviously a lot bigger. It's quite a large chest coming down into a sloping lower back to much shorter hind legs. So just visually you can immediately see that there's a difference. Obviously they both belong to the carnivore family or carnivora, and then if you look at patterns, jaw structure, there's quite a lot. I mean, genetically, they're very different. Wild dogs don't have a pseudopenis, hyenas do. So there's a huge amount. These guys are true dogs. And then your hyena kind of sits in this very strange little spot on its own. So there's a huge amount different there. And I'm obviously just glossing over little bits of information here and there to give you a bit of a bigger picture. But I mean, if I had to build a list, I think you'd find there'd be a good 30, 40 differences you could easily build up without too much effort. As you can see, our discussions are of incredible interest to the wild dogs. They are ignoring us. But as we sit here and see what these guys get up to, we're going to be sending you across to Steve, who has a little bit more about ecology to share with you. Enjoy.
Thanks, Josh. Well, welcome back to Juma, and welcome back to one of the wild dog's favorite food sources here with our impalas here in the woodland of the savannas of the Kruger, where shade is a very important part, as you saw. With the shade, the wild dogs are spending some time underneath. So the shade of the Kruger, and the savanna, should I say, allows for a much diverser range of antelope and animal species. You go to more desert-like areas, and animals have to specialize so as to survive in areas with less shade and with high temperatures. But now, some important points to discuss, seeing as there are wild dogs in the show and some impala, is there are two different types of competition that is important to remember from an ecological point of view. One is called inter-specific, meaning international or between the species, and one is intra, meaning between the species. Now, we spoke briefly about the between the species before, with regards to male impalas fighting for rights to mate with females and how these herds hang out together in groups so as to keep themselves safe. It's all pretty selfish, to be honest, but that is between the species. But inter-specific would be, how do impala respond to wild dogs? They respond very differently to wild dogs than they do to a leopard, or a lion for that matter, or a hyena, but quite similarly to cheetah. So they spot a cheetah or a leopard or a lion, cheetah or a wild dog, and they start doing that very fast, very powerful and very springing rocking horse gait, also known as pronking or stotting, which enables them to cover a vast distance, showing fitness, showing strength. So showing the wild dog and the cheetah that myself individually is very, very strong. Go for that fellow over there who's not as strong. So that is a dual purpose. That is inter-specific combined with intra-specific, because they are competing with each other to stay alive, and they're showing off their fitness so as to not be selected by the predator as the easy meal. So all of these things are so easy to interpret when you think about it and you start looking at animals, what they look like, what they're doing. And right now, the impala are going through a feeding frenzy. When we found them, they were all sitting up ruminating, making the most out of the vegetation. And the vegetation itself has taken the energy from the sun, nutrients from the soil, both of those non-living abiotic factors. They've used the chlorophyll in the leaves themselves to produce food, and they are called primary producers. And then the primary consumer, being the impala or the nyala, eats that food and turns their body into food, which then breaks down once more into the food for the secondary consumer, being the wild dog. So all of these things are interconnected, and we'll be discussing them more at length while we send you over to Trish, who would like to say good afternoon.
What a gem we've found here. It's a black-chested snake eagle. Now, often we get to see the brown snake eagle, but this is a black-chested one. This is so awesome. I think it's the first one I've put on camera. So that's very, very cool. Ooh, very exciting birding this afternoon. Please excuse our rain roof pole. We're expecting some rain, I'm sure Steve would have told you. Hi everyone, it's me, Trishala. I've got Mpo on camera with me, and we're actually in the northeastern parts of Juma today, or at least for now. And we're hoping to find lots of little gems exactly like this guy. This is very exciting. I'm so happy to see it. Now the reason, or the way we can tell that it's a snake eagle, or the way that I found out that something was a bit different about it, was the fact that it's got no feathers on the legs. And I know that snake eagles have no feathers on the legs, but certainly a brown snake eagle does not look like that. It doesn't have a black chest. And I thought, oh, it's the black-chested snake eagle. That is awesome. We don't see them very, very often. Sometimes at first glance, if you don't look at the legs, you might think it's a martial eagle, but it's looking too small. Or you might think it's a hawk eagle, but it's not speckled enough. And a good look at the eye and the color of the beak.
So folks, we apologize for the tech issues, but you're back with us on our Wild Dogs. And BK and I have been discussing our question from Milan. One fact I do need to correct myself on is your brown hyena is Hyena brunea. It's not Brunidae, so I did get that detail wrong. But as you can tell, not a lot going on with our pack here. But always amazing just to spend time with them and actually get to see a little bit more of them than them just running through the brush. In this case, what has always fascinated me is that painted coat, every coat being different. So every individual's patterns being a little bit similar to your fingerprints in that they're unique to each individual. And once again, coming back to that, the painted wolf description of them. Now, when we spoke earlier, I said they are one of our most endangered carnivores, with somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 individuals left, occurring in roughly about 750 packs across 9 countries. Now, a big effort's being made for their conservation and to try and keep that gene pool as wide as possible. And this is done primarily through the Endangered Wildlife Trust, so EWT, as well as WAG, which is the Wild Dog Action Group. Now, these animals need huge home ranges, although they are considered territorial, especially when they're denning. Obviously, that den site needs to be defended quite stringently against other packs, as well as any other predators that might want to remove the competition of the next generation competing with them for food. It's quite amazing what people have managed in bringing these numbers back. Now, when I say huge home ranges, these animals are capable of covering up to 50 kilometers a day without a problem. And if you try and walk 50 Ks in a day, especially if you're proportionate to me, it might take you a little while. And PK sitting here chuckling, going, I jog 20 Ks a day. So he's a little bit more slim and trim than I am, folks. But these animals are built for endurance. An incredibly successful hunting species, arguably our most successful predator. So, a question from James. Are there any plans to introduce more wild dogs into Tswalu? James, I really do hope so. I think it'll all depend on breeding within the pack, and obviously then we'll need to exchange individuals with other reserves so that we don't land up with inbreeding within the park. So I definitely think our conservation manager and farm executive has his finger on the pulse there in terms of finding out who would be looking to sell or give away dogs, etc., or maybe trade in a gene exchange. But the property can definitely carry more, especially coming out of that 7-year drought and into a year where across the property, I believe the annual rainfall is well over 500 mils, which is over 2 years' rain. And that's counting from about the 1st of July last year. So everything's recovering, and I think a few more wild dogs would be a fantastic addition to Tswalu. So I don't think we're going to be going anywhere anytime soon. We're just going to sit and see what they get up to. We're really hoping that before it gets too late, they get active and we might see some movement. But for now, let's just see what they get up to, sleeping the day away.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is a pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
I normally don't like to pick up insects, but unfortunately, this little thing almost got squashed because I thought it was just a leaf on my pants, but it is indeed not a leaf. Well, it's something that looks like a dried leaf, and I don't know if we've ever seen anything like this live on Wild Earth before, but this is one of the twig wilters, and it's got the most amazing camouflage. It's in the genus Pephricus, and even when you watch it walk, can you see how it does a staggered walk? Very much like a chameleon does. So that when it is moving on a blade of grass or a plant, that it would essentially blend in very, very well. Now, twig wilters are quite common, but to see one of, I suppose, this kind of camouflage or mimicry, it almost looks like it is mimicking a leaf, is quite special. And what I think is quite funny about it is that normally twig wilters, they've got a very long proboscis, very similar to a butterfly, which they'll use to pierce into the plant and feed on the sap, get right into the xylem and the phloem. I feel like I'm always talking about the cambium layer either on trees or the xylem and the phloem in the tissue of these plants, of the grasses and things like that, and herbs that we find. But essentially what they do is they'll suck out all those juices, and that's where they get the name twig wilter, is that the leaves will end up dying. I think this is just fantastic. So I think it's a little bit panicked right now. This one, I don't think can fly, but I'm going to put it down. No! I'm sorry. Okay, it landed, it's safe, it's on the grass. Whew. Sure. Well, it almost got blown away in the wind. Anyways, and I must tell you what happened to me while I was at one of the other eco-training properties, training some students not too long ago. Driving up early one morning, and the next minute I felt something go like this on my hat. And I went, okay. So I sort of stopped, and then I touched my hat, and I felt something, and it was big. So I did that, and the most revolting smell exuded from this insect. Anyways, it turns out it was one of the twig wilters, and we're seeing lots of them at the moment. Not that kind, a different kind of twig wilter. It almost resembles more of an assassin bug, maybe if you're familiar with what an assassin bug looks like. So that was quite something. I had to go home and change. I was gagging. It was not very fun. The students were all laughing at me, of course. I felt very, very sick. Pippa, now you said that that was a very cute insect. It was. I suppose if you enjoy insects and you think that they're cute, I agree with you. Particularly caterpillars, my favorite, but that was quite an unusual one. So I did take some nice pictures, which was really epic to see. Now, we've actually spent most of the afternoon out here on Impala Plains. The wildebeest haven't moved, which is really exciting. So I'm hoping that the more time we start to spend with the Plains game, the more they hear my voice, the more they smell our scent. They obviously smell our scent and they hear our voices often, but I just want them to get used to me, because it would be really great to start, for them to understand that we're not here to hurt them. As you know, we as humans have been hunting animals for a very long time. We look like predators. We stand upright. Our eyes are forward-facing on our head. We normally beeline straight towards these animals. So they're quite terrified of us. And it's been like this for a very, very long time throughout the entire world. So once they realize that we are not here to harm them, and we obviously walk all over Pridelands all the time, but if we can just consistently come here, they will relax. Now, Danny, I think I heard your question correctly. Do the males ever fight to mate with the females when it comes to wildebeest? 100%. But essentially what happens is the males, they'll come out here and they'll try and find the best spot in order to attract females. So for a wildebeest, when he decides on his territory, it's going to depend on how fit, how strong, how experienced he is, because in an area like Impala Plains, he's going to have many contenders wanting to take this away from him. So he'll stand his ground around here. And yeah, anyways, this is, like I said, we always see wildebeest here. The breeding females will come through and they'll probably stick around here for quite some time. But perhaps, there is another wildebeest bull that thinks he can challenge this male. They will definitely fight. But they're not necessarily, they're fighting for females, but they're really fighting for the space, because the space is important, and the area that they've got is what's really going to attract the females. The females are not going to go into a middle of a sicklebush thicket where there's not really good grazing around. That's not good for them. Wildebeest are quite specific about the grass that they like to eat. We have often spoken about it, especially when we were up in Kenya and we were watching the massive migrations led by the zebra and then followed shortly by the wildebeest. So we know that they like to eat short cropped grasses. So where they're standing down there is actually perfect. That area seems to be heavily grazed, more so in comparison to where we're standing right now. So they like that spot down there. And if we were to walk down there, which we're not, because I don't want to chase them away, you'll even maybe see some scrapings from the wildebeest on the ground. And if we go to any nearby trees, we'll probably have some luck. We can maybe even see some residue from those pre-orbital glands, those big glands that they have right on the front of their faces. But that's something that we've got to look forward to, and we can go exploring down there when the wildebeest are not standing right there, I suppose. I'm so sorry, I'm still having some comms issues. I didn't hear where I'm going to send you, but again, it doesn't matter, because the wildlife is a wonderful place.
Thanks so much, Taylor. Yeah, this poor buffalo bull has certainly been through his fair share. You can see he's not in the best condition. He's actually missing an eye. And as you can see, his left ear has been ripped and is bleeding quite profusely. Now, I've got a few theories as to why this happened. My personal theory is that he might have got his eye stuck on a thorn or something, and in his panic managed to sort of shred his ear a little bit. They do rub their faces and heads in thorn trees quite a bit, because as you can see, the holes on the top of their horns have little crevices in them, and they actually have horn-boring beetles that get in there and irritate them quite a lot. So they often scratch their head on thorn trees. He's just gone behind us. Let me see if I can turn around and get us another view. I think that's what might have happened to this buffalo. And while we've been watching him, he's actually been trying to get rid of flies and things that are feeding on that blood on his ear. And he's making it a lot worse. He's scratching it a lot. Should have seen there was one bush that he actually scratched his whole head on for a full minute. And it was filled with blood by the end. You can even see blood on his horns as he... Sorry, not his horns, his hooves. As he moves them forward to actually scratch his ear with them. Now, I don't think it was from fighting with another buffalo bull, is because when we saw his face, you could see that he's quite an older bull. You know, his ears are not in great condition, which signifies his age. You know, he's well past his prime. So there's not really a reason for him to fight with other buffaloes. They're not territorial. And when they do fight, it's really when they're in herds and they're fighting with younger bulls over mating rights for the females. So there's not a huge reason for this buffalo to fight with other bulls. Also, if we look at the back, you know, we had a good look at him. There's no other scratch marks, no other indication of a fight. Fiona, thank you so much for your question. So they actually can't do much to treat the wounds. They'll often try and clean them as best they can, but obviously with an ear wound, he's not going to be able to lick it himself. And unfortunately for them, there's a lot of things that are going to try to keep that wound open, like oxpeckers will continue to feed on the blood. So it's going to be difficult for him to treat that. But eventually, it's just going to heal on its own. It's not going to be a massive wound, you know, obviously he's got to watch out for infection. But even that won't be so bad because it'll just end up in a bit more of a tear on his ear, which I'm sure we saw earlier. He's already got quite a few. He's actually disappeared completely. You can see there, you see that bush shaking? He's actually now scratching his head against that shame. I think it's mainly those flies that are irritating him so much on that blood that it is just driving him mad. You can see actually the frustration on how much that bush is moving. And he's just trying to get rid of all of those things that have... He's actually taken it down almost. Shame, I do feel quite sorry for this poor buffalo bull. What was lovely to see, though, is even though he's in quite a bit of pain, he didn't show the vehicle any sort of aggression. He was quite relaxed. Yeah, I think he's really heading to the end of his life, this poor older guy. And amazing to see how tall the grass is. You know, quite scary to think when you're on foot, you might not be able to see something as dangerous as a single buffalo bull. It just blends in with this grass. Other than that, we've got quite a stunning scene unfolding in front of us. So since we've lost the view of this buffalo, I think we're going to carry on checking around this area and seeing what other interesting things we can find. But in the meantime, Tswalu still sitting with their wild dogs, so let's see what they're up to.
So folks, our dogs did move, or at least our alpha pair did a whole 8 meters, but we managed to find the 4th member who also decided to change positions a little bit and come out a bit more in the open. But myself and BK were just discussing something quite unique to the dogs, which is they have a very strong smell. So when you're downwind of them, you get this very, don't quite know how to explain it, but almost very different spicy smell. It's a very distinct smell, and it's one you can actually often use almost to find out if they're in the area. And as you can see, this pair's moved into the open, so there was a little bit of grooming going on with this female, and it's almost like the male's looking for attention. But she's definitely not interested at the moment. So where they are now, they've got a much more open view of the waterhole. If anything should come down to drink. So you can see it's just there. But on the alternate side, it also means their prey species can see them a little bit more clearly. And as they're not much of an ambush hunter, it's not too big of a problem. Getting a nice look at that very beautiful coat. Obviously, this is a waiting game more than anything else. Until it's a little bit more cool, they're not going to be doing an awful lot. Those lovely big ears. So how long does a wild dog have to wear a collar for? So these individuals have been collared for research. As to how long that project will be, we're not certain. Or at least I'm not. I'm sure there's someone who does know. But I can definitely add that to the list of questions I need to find the answers for Camille Pert. At the moment, these dogs will most likely stay collared at least, if I had to take a guess, another year. But I don't think a set date has been set. Obviously, these collars don't impact their lives in any significant manner at all. Some of them are telemetry, some of them are satellite. Gives us an idea of their movements and that. But they don't have a negative impact on the animal. It's always a big thing we do have to point out. This male's curious. He's watching what's going on around him. BK also across. He keeps lifting his head as different sounds happen. So he's definitely watching what's going on around the waterhole. Obviously, carnivores choosing to wait at a waterhole is not an uncommon behavior. It's something that a lot of them do, especially in the winter months when game is forced into the main waterholes that are left and there's not a lot of water in the veld. So they're definitely in the right place. Come closer to sunset, good chance everything will come in to drink. I think these flies are definitely driving him crazy. I feel quite bad for him. Oh, no, he's decided to use the missus as a pillow. Yeah, those are definitely louse flies on them. Don't know if BK will be able to zoom in a bit more. I'll try and give you a look at this rather annoying parasite which keeps hopping in and out. And that bite it's got a bit of a sting. You can see one popping in and out there. They're all over them, constantly moving, and that's what's driving them nuts. So you've now seen the carnivore. We're going to send you across to Trishala, who has one of the items they love on the menu. But hopefully that one is still walking around. Off you go to Juma and Trishala. Enjoy.
Yes, Joshi is still walking around. But certainly something that the wild dogs love. I shouldn't say that too loudly though. Look, as if in his ear moved. Well, we have a really beautiful impala ram. Nice big horns. He's on his own, at least as far as we can see, deep in the grass, and that's why I wanted to show you. I mean, it's not the best visual, definitely not the best impala sighting we've had, but he looks really, really majestic there amongst the tall grass. Now, like I said, he seems to be by himself, so maybe he's starting to feel that territorial urge coming on, as we've seen many of the males, rams around already feeling that urge as the rut approaches. But a another reason we like to stick with impala, or rather spend some time with them, especially spend some time with them with the vehicle off, not just driving past, but just sit with them for a little while, is they can be really great at giving us clues. Yes, you are. Now, their alarm calls are not they're not the most reliable. Sometimes they can get spooked by something, and one impala will set another one off and set another one off, and all of a sudden you have this cacophony of impala alarm calls and nothing to be seen. But it's always worth a shot. I would say for me the most reliable alarm calls are the vervet monkeys, the baboons, and kudu. Kudu is for me the ultimate alarm call. Apart from the fact that it sounds so commanding. You hear a kudu alarm call and all of a sudden you think, no, I have to go there. But impalas, I think, it definitely calls me, but it doesn't have the same kind of oomph that a kudu alarm call does. Morgan, you'd like to know what the survival rate of an impala calf is? It's around 50%, and that's because it obviously fluctuates depending on the area and obviously fluctuates depending on the predators. So when impala lambs drop, they kind of all do at a similar time, and that saturates the predator-prey interaction. There's only a set amount of predators, or rather a much smaller amount of predators than there are prey, and that is generally the way it is, because predators can't exist if there isn't a surplus of prey. Once there's not enough prey, the predators will start to die. So this relationship exists where we have 300,000 impala in the Kruger area and maybe 1,000, 1,500 lions and leopards. So there's a big difference. And when the impala lambs drop, there's only so many that can be taken as prey. Sometimes you'll have impala lambs that will die of other causes. Like the other morning with Steve, it was interesting that the impala lamb was dead and the vultures had gotten to it, but something else must have killed that lamb. And Stephen said it was pretty stiff by the time he saw the vultures on it. So there's other reasons they could die, not just predator-prey interaction. But the fact that they get to flood and saturate that the area that they're in when they're born helps a lot. 50% is the worst sort of number. It's more like 30%. 30% death rate, as in a 70% survival rate is
So welcome back. We've left that poor buffalo bull to deal with his problems. And we've come across some elephants. Sorry about leaving your last sighting. I think we had some problems with signal, which can be expected when you're out in the wild. But luckily we've managed to find something really majestic to stop and look at. You can see we've zoomed right in on this elephant's face. And it's just a beautiful picture. You can see how massive his trunk is. And you can see those indentations on the forehead as well. Really, really beautiful. Really thick trunk. You can actually see he's picking up his trunk now and he's smelling us. We're actually a bit lower down. We've got a bit of grass. It's almost obstructing him from this angle. So you can see he's picking up this really lovely, nutritious grass, stuffing his mouth full of it. So they predominantly feed on grass and branches, a little bit of bark and roots, berries if they can get them, especially an elephant bull like this one. You know, when he goes into must, which he's not in now, you can see there's no secretion of the temporal glands. I can't smell anything. I'm just going to reverse a little bit. And there's no dribbling of urine between his legs. I'm going to see the second elephant bull now. Just going to give him a bit more space. Oh, this is an absolutely wonderful scene, everyone. Look at that beautiful blue sky. 2 bull elephants right in the foreground. My favorite part of the reserve with my favorite animals. But yeah, so they'll eat berries when they're in must specifically, because they're very high in vitamins, and apparently their immune system takes a bit of a knock during must. But I think also just generally, you know, they're quite delicious fruits. In particular, they like the marula fruits. I'm sure you've all seen those bottles of amarula with the elephants on them. And that's why. Mikanova, thanks for your question. No, they do not need to be in must in order to mate. A must is not necessarily directly linked to mating, so they can mate at any time. You'll actually see that quite a few elephant bulls, if they find a female who's in estrus, there can be quite a competition amongst themselves. It can actually be something quite daunting to watch, because you'll see this poor female fleeing with a few elephant bulls in hot pursuit running right after her. I think what might help is that added testosterone just makes those elephants a little bit more aggressive and probably a little bit more sort of pushy towards the other bulls, which might make them a bit more intimidating and might help them sort of out-intimidate the other bulls when trying to mate with a female. It's lovely to actually... I'm just going to reverse again, give them a little bit more space. They're starting to walk a bit closer to us. And then I'd like to compare the size of both these heads, because the one on the other bull, you can actually see is quite a bit older. It'd be really nice to have a look at those 2 different trunk sizes in comparison to each other. So if we go in and just have a look at the one on the left now, we've been looking closely at the one on the right. And you can see his head's even quite a bit bigger. It's almost a little bit broader as well. And that trunk, especially at the top, you know, right between the top of the tusks, you can see how much thicker it is. He's even got a little bit of sleep in his eye. So he's quite an older bull. And if I'm not mistaken, this actually might be the oldest bull that we have on Phinda. He seems to look quite familiar. And just based on his tusk size, because I know our oldest bull has massive, massive tusks. One of the biggest tusks that we've got on the reserve. We've also got a lovely tusker from Tembe Elephant Park that we've recently added to our herd. He's got massive tusks, but this bull also has quite impressive ones. One slightly more angled than the other. And just based on the size of him, I would say he's very old. You know, they live to about 60 or 70 years old. And our oldest bull is currently 52 years old. So I think this might be the older bull. So you just saw that elephant whack the grass next to his ear. He's just dusting off a little bit of the dirt that's caught on the roots there. So what we might do is just sit and take this in for a few more moments. As I said, I absolutely love elephants, so I'm in no rush to leave. But in the meantime, we're going to send you over to another reserve and see what animals they've managed to find for you.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
Wild Earth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
We are actually sitting in one of the most thickest parts of the property. We are on the southern bank of the big Timbawati riverbed, and amongst these tall grasses there's a very large troop of baboons that were on the road earlier on, and looks like they are trying to find something to eat while they make their way towards the riverbed where there's tall trees, and I think that's where they plan on settling in for the night. I think I'm going to move forward a bit, see if we get a little bit closer, maybe from where they were we might actually get to see them as they walk away, they walk into the thickets there. But earlier, when we were here, we would see every time they would walk on the road, they would keep looking back and forth. Like one of them would maybe stand up just to have a look, because it is incredibly thick and there could be anything lurking around amongst these tall grasses. I just heard them making some bit of noise back there. And actually, baboons are very reliable, especially if now that we are on the lookout trying to look for leopard. If they happen to see it, they have this alarm call that they make, and it's quite noisy, so that actually lets us know that they have seen a predator around in the area. So having these baboons moving through this thicket here, I don't really think there is a leopard anywhere nearby, unless it is there and they haven't seen it, which at the end of the day could be a problem for them as well. And they have disappeared. What I think we'll do, we'll keep driving down and maybe get down towards the riverbed and check along there, see if we'll find any tracks or signs of leopard, and then see if we can try and find one. There is one place in particular, there is a female leopard that moves around there often, and we've seen tracks of her a few times. So I'm hoping that when we get there, maybe we'll find some tracks in the riverbed and try and see if we can find her. I know that she can be tricky, sometimes very hard to find, but we'll see how that goes. So we're gonna head down, maybe drive around there. If nothing, drive on the banks of the Timbavati River. And in the meantime, I will send you guys over to Kim in Pinda with some elephants.
Welcome back. As you can see, we haven't gone very far. We've stuck with our elephants. With these elephants, sorry. And I think we're just going to actually sit and appreciate them for a little while. Just listen to the sounds of the bush. Have a little quiet moment with nature. Sorry, I just need to give this guy a little bit more distance. And we do always try and keep 30 meters at any time. And the reason we do that is just, for safety, obviously, but also because the elephants start to feel a bit more uncomfortable the closer we are. We've got the other bull walking towards us in the road. Base now as well. We're actually going to turn around here because the road is starting to curve. Okay. Amazing how relaxed these two are. Turns out I picked the worst place to turn around. So many branches on the road, just off the road in that long grass. Yeah, I'm just going to give them a bit more distance. Very difficult to see where the road is when it's so overgrown. So I'm just going to turn around up here and then we can face them again. You can see we've got really long grass. So I actually couldn't see while I was reversing where exactly the best place was and where the road started and the grass ended. So I'm just going to give us a little bit of space to move forward if need be. You can see them from here on our left. That lovely older bull is still walking towards us. Big Dad, thanks very much for your question. So there's a few ways you can age elephants. Now, tusk length, while they do continue to grow throughout their life, it's actually a very genetic thing. So some elephants, have genes for massive tusks. So even from sorry, Rick, just stand by. Even from an early age, they'll have large tusks. So it's not the most easy way to age them. The best way is actually to look at the thickness of the trunk, specifically right by where the tusks start. And the thicker the trunk is, the older they are. So that's one of the ways. Then also just the indentations of the forehead as they get older, that will become more dented. But I have seen younger bulls with also quite indented foreheads, so that's also not the best way. Then if you look at the general body condition, we have a look at this elephant's sort of skin around the belly. You can see how it's starting to hang. It's not as tight as a younger bull's skin is. So that's one of the ways that you can age them. And then also the size of the head itself. The older bulls just seem to have a much larger head, much more broad, much less rectangular than a younger bull will have. So those are the best ways that I know how to age elephants. And based on what we've seen, we can say that this elephant that we're looking at now is definitely one of the older bulls. So you see what this elephant's doing. So he's just feeding on some soft grass that's actually going to be really nice for his teeth. He's probably on his last set or second last set of teeth. Zintler is asking if there's any threats to elephant, any animal threats. And the answer is yes. If you can believe it, they do actually have enemies, and those are lions. Now, it's very rare for lions to hunt elephants. There's a specialized pride that I know of in Botswana that actually has about 22 lions in it. And they target older elephant bulls. So when they get to a certain age, they get to their last set of teeth. They have 6 sets of teeth throughout their life. And on their last set, as it wears down, they start to be very conscious of what they're eating. And when they're very, very worn, it becomes quite painful for these elephants to actually carry on feeding. So they start to lose condition very quickly, and that's when the lions there start to target these older elephants. They'll actually follow them for days on end until the elephant eventually sort of collapses, and that's when the pride jumps on it. You can imagine the food from an elephant like this, 6 tons of food, is enough to feed a massive pride of lion. It's quite an interesting adaptation that they've managed to make. Normally with lions, even what we've noticed here at Pinda is our lions, they don't tend to stick in massive prides. In fact, we've got 2 very large prides in the south, but they've completely split up at the moment just because there's not enough food for them to all eat when they make a kill. They're rather split into smaller groups, make more kills, and make sure that each of them eats properly. It's lovely. You can see on the top of this elephant's head is a little patch of a little bit of mud, it looks like. It might even be some dried up soil. They often throw soil over themselves to help stop parasites landing on them or infecting them. It's a little bit of sun protection. And also, sometimes you see them on a really hot day. I don't think this is the case because it's not a hot day today. But sometimes they'll actually dig down to get to the softer, cooler soil at the bottom and throw that over them as a way to cool themselves down as well. Now, even though there's a whole lot of bushes, you can see there's one here right in front of him with thorns and nutritious leaves. He's still eating predominantly the grass. And I think it's just because it's got the highest nutrient density at the moment. So I think it's time we leave these elephants, let them carry on feeding. You can actually see that there's a bit of secretion from the temporal gland. I wonder if it's... I think there is a bit of a secretion there. No, never mind. Sorry, it was the trick of the light. But we're going to leave them in any case, and we're going to send you over to Roo, who's also got another elephant.
It is always nice to watch an elephant. We have a very young elephant bull. When we arrived, I thought maybe he was on his own, but I can hear behind the tall trees that there are some more elephants feeding there. You can see what he's doing now, lifting up his head, his ears wide open. Milan, it's a very good question. It is a very good question. So why do they really flap their ears? So if you look at this young elephant bull here, you can imagine how incredibly thick his skin is, and on his ear is only part of his body where he's got a very thin layer of skin. So behind his ears there is quite a lot of veins and arteries. When the blood flows in his body, it passes through there. So one of the reasons is every time he opens those ears there, a cool breeze there helps to cool down the blood that's flowing inside there. But also, with the size of those ears, every time he flaps them, he's actually fanning his whole body, sending a nice cool breeze to the rest of his body. So especially on hot, very, very hot days, they do it more frequently just to keep their body cool. You can see he just looks a little bit uncertain. Young bulls trying to portray dominance or show us that he's a bit bigger. See, look at now, if you can see where he's eating there, if you look at the grass, when he uproots the grass or the plants there, the first work that he gives them on his body is just to clean off the soil, off the roots. And if you look carefully, you'll see he bites off the roots of the grass, and you'll see it drop to the ground. Now he's got quite a mouthful. So John, why do elephants have so much extra skin? See, this is a big animal. Well, this one in particular is still young, but eventually he's going to get big and bigger. And because he does not have any sweat glands, I would imagine the thickness of his skin helps to protect him when he, in any case, would be fighting against other animals, because those tusks can really do some damage onto one. So for some elephants, like the bulls especially, in his case, it will help him in the long run to have a thick skin if he ever gets into a fight for anything or mating rights and stuff like that. But also, you'll see that when the skin grows, as old as he becomes, he gets more wrinkles on his skin. So if you think about it, when it's very, very hot and you see elephants using mud to cool themselves down, the mud, all that water gets in between the skin there. Because that part of the skin is not exposed to heat, it doesn't actually dry out as quickly. It stays cooler for longer, which helps to cool them down. I'm surprised why he hasn't moved off to join the rest of the herd, which was moving out somewhere in front of him. Maybe he's just enjoying the grass that he's feeding on there. At this point, we've had plenty of rain, so there's a lot of grass around. And I think he's just enjoying this while it lasts, because very soon the winter season is going to come and we're going to lose all this grass. Look at that. Looks like he's got an itch behind the ear. It's incredible how they use their trunk. The ability for them that they have to maneuver the trunk, move it, twist it, bend it, lift heavy stuff. And just for them to be able to use it well, I think it's incredible. Because, if you guys have a look there is a spotted hyena, and I think that's what caught the attention of that young elephant bull. It's quite early, but I think with this weather and the temperature being cool, these hyenas are on the move early. You can see that this elephant is not fazed by this hyena at all. All right, so I think we're going to carry on with the leopard search, and we will send you guys to the pride lands with some butterflies in the pride lands.
Strange time of the day to be looking at butterflies, considering the sun is going to set soon, although it feels like it has already set because it's very, very cloudy. But we are indeed looking at butterflies that are just resting up on a blackjack plant, which is unfortunately an invasive species in South Africa, but it has been here for a very long time. If you don't know about blackjack, or perhaps you've never had to pull the seeds from your socks, which is a bit of a nightmare. I shall demonstrate very quickly for you. I won't demonstrate on socks, but I'll show you, and then we'll go back to the butterflies. So they are very well designed to stick to things. So in terms of successfully spreading, I suppose, and seed dispersal, this is probably one of the best plants. This and carrot seed grass have really, really got it down. But anyways, the British soldiers that came to fight in the Anglo-Boer War years ago, I think it was 1899 or so, they actually brought this blackjack plant in with the horse fodder to feed their horses and things like that, all the way from South America. But anyways, now I couldn't understand why these butterflies were all seated in the same spot, And I thought, oh, maybe they're feeding, but it's not quite cool. And we know that insects are heavily dependent on temperature to be active. So I think from not being able to see their proboscis moving around, and they don't seem to be feeding at all. They're tucked away. So I think that this is just where they're going to roost for the evening. I haven't noticed that the species of a Krea butterfly. You might have to help me because I'm not sure which a Krea it actually is. It's difficult to see now because they don't have their wings open. But I love butterflies, but I'm not nowhere near a butterfly expert, unfortunately. It's something I should probably work on, which I will, because I feel embarrassed in this moment. So hashtag Wild Earth, let me know if you know this butterfly. You can always use the spots on the outside of the wings, but it also does help. Maybe one will open up their wings, but they don't have very many markings. Tiny little sort of yellowy orange dots along the border of their wings at the bottom, and then they've got on either side of the top and black spot. So I don't know, maybe a dancing Krea, something along those lines, but I really haven't got a clue. So I'm actually just busking at the moment. So let me know, and hopefully we can figure this out. So tomorrow morning, I'm sure that they will flutter about, as there are quite a few different species of flowers around, which they can get lots and lots of nectar, high energy fuel that they'll use to go about their days. Because we know that, unfortunately, butterflies at the adult stage, they don't get to feed. They're really just feeding on sugary substances to keep them going. And I'm sure that these butterflies will be near the end of their lifespan, too. But it seems noon for creepies and crawlies. Trishala has got something with a few more legs than a butterfly.
I have an 8-legged friend here. Can you see it? The big reveal. There she is, and she would love if one of Taylor's butterflies managed to get caught in her web, but because of the scales on their wings, they can make some lucky escapes. Unfortunately, the host of other insects that she's got in her web now is not so fortunate. This is a banded banded-legged golden orb web spider. Well, you would just commonly know it as a golden orb web spider. And she's sitting in the center of her web. There's a male on the periphery, as usual, waiting to mate with her. Much smaller, as you can see. There have been some crazy anecdotal evidence of golden orb web spiders, particular, so the genus is Nephila. She is Nephila senegalensis. But that Nephila genus, they've just had some crazy stories from one in Australia. I can't remember the exact species, but Nephila genus as well. One in Australia taking a 1/2-meter snake. Yes. And there were some other ones that I can't quite remember, but that one stuck in my head. Can you imagine that? Unbelievable. And that's because they can get quite large. Just that cephalothorax and that carapace that you're seeing there can get up to about 5 centimeters. This one is not that big, but just that's without legs, can get that large. That is amazing. They've also been known to catch birds in their webs, small birds, and consume them. Just amazing. Oh, there's a male quite close. You're probably wondering why on earth the male is so small and the female is so large. I mean, there's a couple interesting theories. So the male needs to be nimble in order to not be met with aggression by the female. And strangely, a female cannibalizing and eating the male is not very common in this species, but you know, with spiders it can happen, and it can happen with them too, but it's not as common as with the other species. So the male has got to be very nimble and able to move around easily without having that threat of cannibalism. And they have some great behaviors to make sure that they don't. They approach the female from the back. They retreat, or they'll stay very still if there is some aggression. So they have some good tactics to deal with her. These are two males now interacting. She will mate with multiple males. And with spider mating, males use a type of mating plug. And that prevents her from, or it kind of is a bit of a security to make sure that even if somebody else mates with her, my plug is already in there. But that brings us to the next part. So we've dealt with why they're so small. Why is she so big? One of the theories is that she's so big as a result of that mating plug. So the larger she is, the less effective that mating plug is, which means that she can mate with multiple individuals. That's all very, very interesting. Also, the larger the female, the more eggs she will produce, and therefore the survival will be greater too. Unbelievable. I've been just reading about them recently because I've been seeing them all around, and there's one at camp. The other last interesting thing about it is that in urban areas, especially in affluent areas, they appear to be larger than any other areas. Interesting, right? Anyway, very, very cool. I'm going to move on and see what else we can find.
For all of you Wild Earth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website.
Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
Hello everybody and welcome to Chitwa. Well, we haven't tracked her down ourselves, but others have found a Tswalu, a female leopard who is, well there we go, now she's flat. But in the tree above us is a tree climbing impala that was precariously put there by Tswalu. I'm only joking, everybody. Impalas are not able to climb. It's not in their ecology. But leopards, on the other hand, have evolved their ability to tree kills. And that is because, obviously, they are predators and they catch impala. So that is the interspecific competition. As the prey animal gets more adapted to defending itself, so the leopard has gotten more sneaky, more cunning, and more able to catch them. And then due to the interspecific competition with other predators, such as hyena and lion, leopards have evolved the unique ability to take food up the tree. I'm going to move back because she's going to go up the tree now. Oh, maybe not right now. She's thinking about it. You saw that intention. Let me go back a moment, because you saw the intention, everybody. These animals' intention is always very profound. Unfortunately, we've chosen a day to have our roof on, so I think maybe you'll be able to get the leopard from there, and the hyena on our left-hand side is sitting watching. But we might even have to reverse further back if she goes up the tree. But the ability of them to avoid predation by hoisting their prey. She feels like she wants to do it, but I think her body just said, oh, hang on, maybe I'm still a little bit too full. Intention is everything. And so the ecology of the leopard, the spots make the cubs hard to see, camouflaged. The spots make them very good at stalking. The design of the feet enable them to pad quietly through the dark. And of course, we've got a flat hyena that has not evolved the same foot structure. Lana, some spots in Chitwa? Yes, indeed, we've got two types of spots here, the spotted hyena and the spotted leopard. And of course, the hyena being what many people would attribute to being a primary scavenger. They are actually also very, very good hunters in their own right. There we go, she's up. She's doing some scent marking. It's often something that they do after interacting with hyena, basically just letting the hyena know, I am here, I am boss. And even though these two are mortal enemies, the hyena won't really interact with the leopard unless the meal is available. She's looking up again. Are we ready for it? She's thinking. No, she's just happy that it's still there. Okay, well there we go. Looks like we're going to have to go reposition ourselves again. The intention I thought was there. Apologies for that. Sometimes we get it right, sometimes we don't. It's a magnificent marula tree. So when we talk about, tell me when you're happy. Sometimes we obviously have to talk about how these animals survive in their environment. Now we've spoken a little bit about the hyena. Leopards also do it because of lion. Obviously doesn't work too well against other leopards, but their ability to climb, their tail enables them to balance, the claws, protractile, enable them to not only catch prey but to climb a tree, and their body mass, their strength to take an animal equivalent to their weight up a tree is just next level profound when it comes to evolutionary ecology. Obviously, if there weren't lions on the ground or hyenas, leopards wouldn't need to do that. So it's something they've evolved to do due to the competition that those predators have brought about. So everything in nature, every adaptation animals go through is basically a design that helps to improve them move forward. And those traits that have been successful are passed on. Leopards who don't tree kills are less likely to be as successful as those who do. Make sense? It's all about energy transfer. Bear in mind, we said before that the trees and the grass produces the food. The impala takes that food, produces a less energy-rich food, and then the leopard or hyena feeds on that less energy-rich food. So even though it's not hugely energetic from an energy transfer from the sun point of view, they still need to maintain as much of it as they can. And that's why they do a lot of sleeping. So leopard's habitat, we talk about cover, we talk about shade, but essential for the leopards to have the shade, but then also the trees to be able to hoist their prey. So that all falls underneath habitat. Okay, well, Kim seems to have something large in the water. Let's go see what she's found.
Welcome back. So we've left those other two elephants a little bit reluctantly from my side, but luckily I managed to find another one. And it's doing my favorite thing that elephants do, and that's, ooh, not that. Sorry, the timing on that was just so great. I meant swimming, everyone. I meant swimming, just to clarify. But I think he's had a bit of an indigestion problem there as well. You can see this big elephant bull is just really enjoying like a casual sort of swim or even stroll through the water. You can imagine it's just a nice activity for him to do. Just a bit relaxing, soothing on his joints. It takes off a lot of the weight on his legs as well, so I think it gives his legs a nice rest. And also, of course, coating themselves in water is wonderful for afterwards, because when they can throw some mud or some sand over, it creates that little muddy texture, which they use then as an exfoliant to get rid of parasites and ticks and things. But for right now, he's just taking it easy. Mac, I suppose, the most ways to look for if an animal's healthy is just look at the general condition of it. It's kind of like if a human is sick, you can see straight away that there's something wrong with him just based on the paleness, or you can actually just get a sense from their features that they're not well. And it's very much the same with animals. If an animal's not well, you'll start to see that it's lost weight. Its hip bones will start to stick out. Even its movements might be a little bit sluggish. It's generally the only ways we can actually see the health of an animal. They don't get too many health complaints as humans do. And even if they do, it's quite unusual to see sickly animals because they are targeted by predators pretty soon. I'm just blowing some bubbles now. You can see that trunk just poking up to breathe every now and then. Sorry, FC, I didn't copy that name. Can you go again with that? Glitty, to answer your question, I don't know of any diseases that elephants are prone to. Oh, there's a hippo that's just yawning. The only real sort of elephants go through. Sometimes they get infections from tusks being broken off, sort of snapped in that little crevice that they keep their tusks, and sometimes that can create a bit of an infection. So that can be a bit of a health complaint that concerns them. Then of course there's the wearing down of teeth with old age that often can cause them to lose their condition, especially when they approach 60 years old, they're on their last set of molars. And once it's ground down to a very fine tooth, they struggle to actually feed or grind down their food. And so they slowly starve to death. And those are generally the things that affect elephants. You can hear the hippo. There are 2 pods of hippo on either side of this elephant, giving him a bit of a wide berth. It was quite sweet to see. There was one younger one that swam up to him just now. And I think he got a bit of a fright by how big this elephant actually is, because you could suddenly see it swim off very quickly. It's lovely, so you can also hear all those frogs in the background. Little bubbling casinos, and as I point them out, they stop calling. There we go. And with all the rain, we've had a lot of frog activity around here. Oh, Lee, that is such a wonderful comment. Thank you so much. I completely agree. I think it's a beautiful thing to sit and appreciate. I think it's quite an unusual thing also for animals to just do something. Oh, there's a hippo approaching the elephant. Just watch on the left. It's just gone underwater. The elephant's actually moving off now. You can see that second ripple that's being caused by that hippo. It might pop up just now. It's lovely to hear that flapping of the ears as well. When we track elephants on foot, that's something that we listen out for, the flapping of the ears, the dropping of the dung, breaking branches. Oh, there we go, look at that. You can see the hippo popping up. This elephant gonna completely submerge himself now. Watch this. Oh my word. So everyone, I think we're going to sit and appreciate this for quite a while. It's my absolute favorite thing to sit and watch, and he's having a jolly good time. I don't think he's going to be in here for too much longer. He's probably going to get out of the water now that he's done what he came to do. Covered himself in water and might throw some sand over himself just now. But in the meantime, we're going to send you back over to Steve, who's managed to stay with his leopard.
Welcome back to the energy-conserving Tswalu female leopardess here on Chitwa, who is being bothered at the moment by some flies. Of course, flies are also part of the system. We talk about the energy movement through the landscape from the plants, or should I say from the sun, to the plants, to the primary consumers, the leopard and the hyena being the secondary consumers. Then lastly on the chain, the tertiary consumers, which is basically the decomposers, dung beetles, the termites, the vultures, the animals that sort of pick up the scraps and turn it back into nutrients. So fly larvae and maggots are actually very important in that process. And then what happens to that, because all of the animals mentioned in the little sequence that I said is a very simple pyramid, trophic food chain, from the sun to the plants, to the primary consumers, secondary consumers, tertiary consumers, and then the nutrient recycle continues itself. So that energy flow is from top down, and constantly heat is being lost. So the plants are generating oxygen, taking in water. There's also temperature involved. The animals are losing their energy through metabolic heat, and then the leopards are losing their energy as well through metabolic heat. At the end of the day, all the animals will defecate. They will urinate. Those nutrients, which have derived from a similar source, all get recycled back into the soil. The bodies that do die, the fur, the hooves, the bodies themselves of when a leopard eventually passes, will also be reused and recycled back into the soil. Hugely important process, comprised of millions of little microorganisms and bugs and insects and larvae that turn everything back into its original form. And then once that is once again available in the soil, the rain falls and the plants suck those nutrients back up using the sun's energy to photosynthesize, and the cycle continues. So it's not a once-off thing, it's all extremely connected. Every little bit, you can't think, and what I just said, a small little chain like that, it's so much more intricate than that, because there's other predators, there's other herbivores, there's other plants, there's other insects, there's so many things that cross those boundaries. It's not just this to that to that. That's a very simple analogy of it all, but there's so many interconnected examples here which connect all of that to what is the ecology of the area, the general overall ecological cycle of what we've been talking about just today. So I hope we've been able to delve into ecology from a level that's been not too overwhelming, and to just show you that everything is connected, everything serves a purpose. The color of the leaves, the broadness of the leaves, the fact that they respond to rainfall, how they dry up in the dry season, the depth of the roots, the ability of some plants to have symbiotic relationships with plants that allow them to absorb more nutrients from the atmosphere, nitrogen-fixing bacteria. The relationships in nature are incredible. Wherever you look, they are there. They cross over, they're interwoven, they intermingle. And everything we look at, how it's designed, how it's shaped, how it's formed, what it does, how it survives, is all the ecology of what we're looking at. So I hope you'll be looking at ecology from a very different viewpoint from here on out.
It's the month of March, and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer, and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm absolutely delighted to have won the February prize draw for 3 nights for 6 people at the Djuma Private Game Reserve. I absolutely love everything Wild Earth has to offer. I find the guides extremely knowledgeable and will go above and beyond to ensure a great safari experience. I will be taking my husband and family from the UK to experience this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One of the main reasons I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program was for the fireside chats and also to win an incredible prize, which I am so fortunate to win and incredibly happy. I would like to thank Wild Earth for this amazing prize and cannot wait to meet the team.
I'm Nikki here at Beyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
It's quite a large herd of impala here. Some of them may be behind some bushes for the camera to see now, but there's also a herd of zebra. It's always nice to see when these two species are congregated in one place. Sure, you can see that, of course, with the cloud cover that we've had, we're going to lose light a lot quicker than we would because of the clouds. So it's going to get dark pretty soon, in less than an hour. So I think all these animals coming out here, where we are, there is quite a large open area with a few bushes here and there, but it's quite open. And I think these animals are coming out here to the open to try and feed for the last few minutes with light, and then hopefully settle down here for the night in an open area. You can see, if you look carefully at the impala, after every bite, they will often lift up their heads just to look around because there are a lot of predators. Luca, are zebras social animals? I believe that's your question. Zebras are very social. They themselves have a very interesting social structure, and quite often we would find them amongst wildebeest, impala, kudu, giraffe, and I think one of the reasons behind that would be the more animals that there are amongst, the better it is, the more eyes and ears there are there to listen. In fact, what I've seen in one of the dams is that one of the hot afternoons, when in a situation like this we had zebra and impala, and the zebras wanted to go for a drink. It helped because the impalas were there, they wait and let the impalas go first for a drink. And when all the impalas come back safely, then they know that there isn't any other predator. So it also helps to socialize and congregate amongst each other. You can see, if you look at those impalas there, and the herd, the direction that they're looking in, a francolin startled that side. And I think there is a vehicle driving past that scared the francolin. But when they hear that sound, it's always wise for them to actually turn around and have a look at what's scaring that francolin. You can see the direction they're heading in. Also, the zebras are starting to come up that way. Nola, do impala and zebra have the same diet? Yes, they do. They are both herbivores, which means they eat plants. The difference is that the zebras eat grass and the impalas would then eat grass and leaves. It looks like there is a baby zebra, a very small one that we see. If you have a look Now it's going to come up to your screen. There we go. Very tiny. Oh, and the other one, zebra, rolling down in the dust. You can see every time when they think they heard something, or every time they hear something, they'll just turn around and direct their attention towards the sound. And if it's nothing, then they carry on. Because you'd never know what could be lurking around in these thick bushes at the edge of the clearings. And I can see another zebra back there is also rolling in the dust. I think that's to get a thin layer of dust onto the skin. Because I'm not sure if you may have noticed every now and again that they'll keep shaking the skin like that. It's either for flies or very small parasites that bite them. So getting that thin layer of dust on the skin helps them with that. And you can see this young one is just following, hopefully following mom to the other side. You know what amazes me with these animals? Even though they live out here, somehow they manage to keep that mane perfectly trimmed up there. You know, you'd think as a wild animal, the mane would overgrow or something like that. But if you look at them, it actually looks nice. Beautiful creatures, eh? All right, I think we're going to carry on with our plan. We're going to leave these zebras here. I think they're also wanting to settle in that open area for the night. So we're going to send you guys over to Steve and see what he's got on the other side.
Is walking right by her. What about the pole? See, so the competition between them is always there. But the hyenas wouldn't try and challenge her just for her. If they did get brazen enough to get too close to her, she could just jump up the tree. But she also comes with a lot of teeth and claws. If she had food on the ground, they'd run and steal it though. But leopards also do develop certain reputations. With hyena, I've seen big male leopards on the floor, not concerned at all with hyenas feeding or sitting nearby. Not at all concerned. So each leopard comes with its own smell, its own behavior, its own temperament. And well, we know how good hyenas or noses are at smelling. They would know, okay, I'm not going to bother this lady today. I'm going to just leave her be, or this gentleman. And also, going too close to her is just going to invoke her wrath. So she's looking again. Now, if she does get up this time, I'm going to reverse back quickly so that we can open up the shot. Fortunately, we do have the roof on. We made an ecological decision to protect ourselves against the rain, which was supposed to come at about 5. I'm going to go back. How's that, Johan? Sorry about the quick movements, but she was warning us that she's going to go. Sorry about that. Alice, it's not about her being strong enough to fight the hyena, which she is very strong and capable of defending herself, but one hyena bite will prevent or break a leg or some bones. So it's not about her being strong enough. She's very powerful. Hyenas are very, very tough creatures. They can take an absolute pounding. Their entire social structure is about them. Who can take the most punishment, it seems, in their dominance all the time. Leopards are solitary for the most part, so they don't go through the rigors of a constant physical abuse on the body, but they're able to dish out some serious punishment when the time arises. Sorry about the radio. We are on an open sighting with the ability for others to join. So the problem is that if she gets bitten on one of her legs, the hyena's got bone-crushing power, and the adaptation that a leopard has of just perching herself in the tree like that, her survival strategy will be diminished. A leopard that cannot climb a tree is in serious danger. You saw with Cara the other night, if you were watching, we didn't see her go up, but she managed to get up the most precarious of branches of a small bush willow. This is the preferred type of tree for leopards to hang out in, for leopards to hoist their kills. And her kill is quite high up, in fact. We won't be able to get it from this angle, but thankfully she's stopping there. We will reposition ourselves shortly so as to be able to encompass both. But for now, she's feeling a little bit more comfortable there. With 2 hyenas on the scene, she obviously became more awake, more alert. And this is a time of night as well that lions could start moving around. A lion would easily could attempt to surprise her, but if she's in the tree, she can get a lot higher than they can. Quintessential Sabi Sands picture. And the flies giving her a hard time. Just going to speak in the radio quickly. A firm gentleman, the space for 2. Now, of course, the flies are after the blood and the meat on her face, so her quest to get rid of them is one that takes a lot of effort. Okay, everyone, well, we're going to stay with Tswalu. We're going to stay with her, see if she goes up to a kill. In the meantime, let's send you back over to Josh.
Well, folks, welcome back to Tswalu. By the sounds of things, you've had some amazing sightings there with Steve and some very cool interactions. So, always nice. we've unfortunately left our wild dogs. We had to make space for some others, and we've headed east back towards some of our watering holes, try and see what else we can find. As far as I know, the dogs are still sleeping, so I don't think we've missed too much, but as always in the bush, you do have to share. So we're heading towards one of our dams, try and see what else we can find, and hopefully, who knows what it could be. At the moment, temperatures have dropped quite a bit, which is very pleasant. Our vehicle doesn't have a roof, so we have been getting slightly cooked. We have a question, and the question is, do I have a favorite bird from Morris? If I had to pick, I'd say it's one of two. It would either be the fish eagle or the fiery-necked nightjar. Between the two, I consider them two of the most amazing sounds in the African bushveld, so I don't know if I'd ever be able to pick the difference between that chanting call in the early morning or that sound that I've always loved sitting around a fire in the African bush. Might be a little bit of dodging. We have quite a tall aerial on the vehicle, one or two trees that hang over the road, so I'd prefer not to lose BK or my aerial. It tends to lead to a lot of paperwork, and like most guides, I avoid paperwork with determination. But as you can see, the sun is starting to set behind us. You can see the golden lights on the mountains there, and I think we're going to have some beautiful colors soon. We've got, give or take, about 33 minutes until sunset here at Tswalu. We'll try and be on a high point to see what the painting in the sky is for this evening. So what causes the sunset in Tswalu to be so red? A question from Trevor. And Trevor, there's a few answers as to why the colors in the sky occur, but a huge part of it is a very big word for a very small thing, and it's called hygroscopic nuclei. They are minute particles of dust in the air, which also causes condensation and rain clouds, but in this case it's a lot of the dust in the air that gives us those vivid colors. And it's a beautiful contrast, especially considering the Kalahari is the land of the red sand. But I must admit there are spectacular sunsets here, and I think it's the vastness of the space that also helps. It definitely makes you feel small, and the colors here are ever changing. It truly is just an area with so many different contrasts. And we'll stop for a sec here and have BK have a look to our western side. So I think if you take a look at that sky, we have got all the promise for what will hopefully be a rather spectacular canvas for a stunning sunset here at Tswalu. And we've just had a question in from Ian. Do I have a favorite insect? I have a favorite family of insects, and they are called jewel beetles. They come out in the most spectacular colors, as well as you get a particular dung beetle that is a dark emerald green, a very shiny emerald green. So I would have to stick between those two. I think insects are incredibly fascinating, and to pick specifics would be difficult. I mean, I know on the show that Trishana and them have shown you some of the beautiful praying mantises you get, But for me, I definitely say it's either going to be your emerald dung beetle in that metallic color or your jewel beetle family. They're little works of art. And taking a look at that sky, there's definitely someone out there with a skill like Picasso, because just look at it. And we're gonna bumble a little bit more. We've got a tune coming up, so camera might be bouncing around everywhere. I'll try and not lose BK. Tends to get grumpy with me if I do that. But let's see what else we can find. There's never, ever ending opportunities here. So we're gonna carry on our own little mission and see what we can find to share with you. We're gonna be sending you back for some amazing hyena and leopard activity. Enjoy it.
Welcome back to the stillness of Chitwa, where Sibui has climbed further up the tree. She's perched beautifully on that branch, nice and comfortable. So, for those of you who are into graphic sightings, apologies for the impala that's in the tree there. It is dead. It is dead, and sometimes it can be quite graphic. And this is the cycle of things. As we've seen, there are plenty of impala around. Plenty of impala for the leopards to feed on. They almost seem to not even dent the population. Okay, the hyena is at the bottom of the tree, trying to pick up on some scraps. He's now sniffing where Sibui was lying. So when I said each leopard's got its own unique smell, the hyenas do that all the time. Whenever they smell a leopard, they will go and smell where they'll be lying. There might be something left there at the same time, but then they're able to register and sort of lock in their brain some memory about who it might be, the behavior of that animal. Did it give me a hiding last time we interacted, or did I chase it off quite easily? And those memories will be instilled in them for life. Sure is, it's possible. I mean, essentially, Mum gets so tired of trying to feed both of them that both of them will end up becoming independent at a similar stage. But both of them will still try follow her, will still try feed off of her kills, and she will tolerate it for a little bit. The problem is that the young male starts getting a little bit more aggressive around the kill than the young female. And those of you who don't know, Sibui's got two cubs, a boy and a girl, Langa and Shasha. And so when the boy gets a bit too aggressive, Mum becomes more and more intolerant of it. But it will go on like that for some time. But eventually he becomes a bit bigger than her and actually dominates her and will steal her kills until some point. Well, she prevents him for a little bit, but he gets so used to having stolen from her or feeding off of her before that it's quite sort of in his nature. But I feel for his little sister, because he's probably going to steal from her a lot as well. Young males, until they eventually get ousted out of an area, will do everything they possibly can, opportunistically, to feed. We're going to go to IR in a moment, if you're ready for us there. as the light is starting to dip. Another few vehicles interested in the sighting, so we can't stay here for too much longer. But wonderful to be able to find Tswalu. It's looking in very good condition. Far better than the impala carcass. But a perfectly purged kill. And I think if it's just her feeding, there will still be meat there tomorrow. It's hard to really say from this angle. But there's still 4 legs. Decent amount of meat. In saying that, there is potential for her to drop it as well. And we know what will happen if she drops it. The lurking hyenas will snatch it up. But anyway, we're going to wait for Tswalu to move a little bit and see how much longer we can stay in the sighting. Meantime, over to Anbionagala with some action at a watering hole.
It's always nice in the evenings to just maybe drive past a dam. This dam in particular, there are 4 hippo that we can see right now in the water. And I think it is that time of the hour that they might just want to come out of the dam to go out and feed. All you can see now is just the eyes and the ears sticking out. Maybe their nose every now and again. They want to take a deep breath before that. But I think with the weather like this, with it being overcast, it's actually quite nice. They might come out early. How can we tell if a hippo is grumpy? That's quite interesting, but I think when a hippo is out of the water might be one of the times that would be easier to tell. You'll see his behavior or the way that animal is going to approach. You will see, often you'll see they open up their mouths very wide just to intimidate you, and they would make that noise. Stand firm, make themselves look a bit bigger. But otherwise, if in the water, it's going to be a little bit difficult. So what you would see is he would submerge and just swim closer to the edge, maybe give you a splash. That's only if you get too close though. But if you see them do that, sometimes it's nice or wise to just rather reverse and get out of that situation, give them a bit of a distance and see how they feel about that, if they'll be comfortable again. Well, and most of the time, they spend the entire day in the water and they only come out at night to feed. Depending on the season, they could easily cover 20 or 30 kilometers in distance, also depending on the availability of food. With now, we still have plenty of grass around, so there is no need for them to cover that much of a distance. But when it comes to winter and there isn't that much grass and they need to eat as much as they do, they have to move far. So we go out of this dam to go and feed, and then come back early in the morning before the sunrise, just to be back in the water. Now, a few years ago, there was quite a lot of hippo in this dam in particular. I think even over 13 or 14 hippos at one time. But with the drought that we've had for the past couple of years, we've seen less and less hippo in this dam every year. And I think other hippo may move to different dams, or where there is water that lasts a bit longer. And often you get to see that there's one hippo left until the rain comes. Or the one they just gave quite a huge yawn. There's also quite a lot of bird life that I can hear around the dam.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at and beyond Pinde Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
back, everybody. Sorry about any technical issues. Well, the vehicle joined us in the sightings. You might see some lights. It's all part and parcel of the industry. She is taking it very easy in the tree. And we're going to say goodnight to Tswalu as there are other vehicles on their way. And we've been here for a very long time, which has been quite a blessing. So thank you, Tswalu, for being so accommodating. We're going to head on out. So sorry about that, everybody. We can't stay for longer. We've been here for quite some time. Thanks, Johan. Let's make a move. Okay, well, what a blessing to be able to see Tswalu. I've only ever seen her on Djuma once, and then she spends a lot of time here on Chitwa, especially on the eastern side of Chitwa. But she'll probably be there in the morning unless she loses that kill. Unless her son comes along and eats it, or... The problem is the body of the impala is quite sort of solid to a point, and then she eats a bit more, and then it starts getting quite flimsy. And if it falls down, well, then she's going to lose it to those waiting scavengers on the bottom. It's going to go this way. That car's coming from that side. What a treat. Your first time, Johan, seeing Tswalu?
Yeah.
Beautiful leopard. It feels like that rain we've been predicting is about to arrive. The temperature change has happened. Also, it's hard to say. I mean, Tingana definitely seemed to recognize his offspring. He spent some wonderful time, in my experience, with Hasana and with Lalamba. We saw some very interesting tolerance behavior that you didn't think a male leopard would practice. So I'm pretty sure they do. They're tolerant of them, especially of young males. So if they didn't like them or recognize them, they'd probably try to kill them. Which we would have seen. But my first encounter on my interview here was with Tingana. He was just chilling by the watering hole, and Hasana just came bumbling down, and the two of them just sat there. Hasana was like, hey, I'm submissive, and Dad's like, I know you, son, you just chill over there and be doing what you're doing. Okay, we're going to make our way back over towards Djuma and send you over to Josh. He's got a cool animal.
Wow, learning about leopards and an interaction between parent and cub would definitely be something quite cool to witness, I think. So, a very cool story that I think animals are much smarter than we realize. So, you find us at the waterhole we were on our way to in the last golden light of the day, and we've stumbled across a lovely bull giraffe. Now, this morning I got a question about the patterns of giraffes and do they help with their survival? And I said I wasn't sure. It could potentially help with insects. I know it did help with identifying the different species of giraffe. And after chatting to a few of the other guides, as well as one or two of our conservation managers, we couldn't find anything that said specifically that the pattern helped with their survival. Their size is such a big giveaway. I mean, you're talking about an animal that is 6 meters tall. So to answer that question from this morning that I said I'd get back to you all on, that's the end result. As you can see, this gentleman is most definitely not fazed by us. and is rather deciding that dinner is most important. Got a lovely dark pattern there. Very obviously a bull with that little bit of bone sticking out of the top there of those ossicones. Although he does have still a little bit of the tufts of fur. Oh, curious look. What you doing? Why are you pointing a camera at me? These are such incredibly curious animals. A lot of fun to spend time with. So, can giraffes feed on all types of branches? Asks Broccoli. So they don't actually feed on the branches, Broccoli, but they feed on the trees. Now, obviously, certain trees will be much more palatable, so much tastier than others, and they will have a preference. However, a species, for example, like a tambuti, which is toxic and contains a latex, only one or two species will generally feed on, would be something they would avoid. Although in the case of the tambuti, certain animals, if they have a blocked stomach, have been known to eat small amounts of it to get their stomachs running, as that is a effect of eating on the tree. But yeah, these guys primarily are very partial to our thorn trees, so our acacia family, and have adapted to eating around those thorns. But they do not eat the branches. For some reason, I very much feel like it's not us he's staring at, so I do wonder what has caught his attention here around us. Oh, those colors. Just gonna ask BK, it's not the greatest visual. There's too many trees here, but we're getting the most beautiful skies around us. As you can see, the light is starting to fade slowly but surely as sunset approaches in about 7 minutes. But as Mondays go, can't really complain if you get to spend it with a giraffe and wild dogs and learning about the interactions of leopards. So, I certainly am not complaining. So we're going to let this gentleman end off his Monday, and we're going to be sending you across to Rule, who has something to share with you about a night animal. Enjoy.
One of the beauties of nature after dark. Sometimes it gets tricky in the evenings to try and find stuff. And if you look in that bush there, we have a flap-necked chameleon. It's quite a chilly evening. It's a little bit cold. So you can see even the way that chameleon is almost tucked in there. It's incredible how they are a lot easier to spot at night than they are to spot during the day. So Tom, I I believe you're asking if it always has its tail curled up like that. In most of the times that I've seen chameleons, yes, especially when they have settled in for the night and not doing anything in particular. But if that chameleon was on the move, he wouldn't have his tail curled up like that. Sometimes have it straight up or just have it curved backwards there. So in most of the times when they are on a branch and roosting or just at night, you would see them with a tail curled up like that. It's one of the ways that we can actually see that this chameleon is resting after a long afternoon. And you can see that little branch that he's sitting on, moving with the wind there. We are getting quite a very cold breeze. We are currently on the southern bank of that big Tswalu River, and in one of the thickets here, we just spotted him along the way. I think it's gonna be there for the rest of the night. I keep hearing sounds of animals walking behind him, maybe in a distance. Maybe when we drive out, we might see what it could be. LT, how strong is the tail of the chameleon? Well, I am not too sure about how strong in particular that one tail is, but I do know that they use the tail to wrap themselves around, especially when they're climbing up trees or anything like that. They use the tail to help themselves balance. So I can say it's strong enough to support the body weight of that chameleon. I can hear some branches breaking. I think it could be elephants moving through the bush as well. Right, I think let's leave this chameleon. We're gonna carry on our plan now because it has just gone dark and now leopards are nocturnal. We've been looking for a leopard the whole afternoon. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna get into the Tswalu River. And we're going to keep driving in there and see if we'll be able to have any luck. So we'll drive inside the Tswalu riverbed for quite some time. And if we don't see anything in there, we'll drive off, try the southern bank of the Tswalu and see if we might have anything on that side. Because it's quite thick, I believe that we might have any luck.
Cool! You got to see a chameleon. It's been months since I've seen one. So I am very jealous of that. And sounds like Rule is off in search of that elusive rosetted cat. We're sitting here. We weren't able to make it to high ground in time with our giraffe and that. So we decided we'd just sit and have a look at the spectacular sky. So the sun is setting here. And another day comes to an end, so it's that time of the shift change. Day shift's going off, all our diurnal game is going to be taking a snooze soon for the night, and all your nocturnal animals, as the temperature becomes much cooler, the light starts to fade, will be coming on to duty. So all sorts will be going over the property this evening, and I think one's imagination can run wild. But the spectacular last bit of light That last bit of contrast is always nice and just sort of ends the day off in such a rounded manner. The moon's at half full here at Tswalu, so it's waxing nicely, but not bright enough yet to stop the denizens of the dark. As you can tell, our giraffe friend is still here and curious, but I'm going to try to give you a little look at that beautiful moon. Amazing how clear it is. Can't speak for everyone, but I did wonder as a child, was there really a man on the moon? But there is a spectacular image of something that man once walked on. Incredible thought, that. And that is a very long, long way away from us. And yet its light is still felt. Does make you feel small, I think. That and the stars, for sure. Joy, I think both BK and I will agree with you there. It is an incredibly beautiful sight. I think as a species, man has so many questions and we're naturally very curious. And the moon is something that we have always wondered about. And being able to see it so clearly and that incredibly cratered surface does make one wonder. So, a beautiful sight, without a doubt. Don't know about everybody else, but I may be trying to count how many craters I can see. Something different, I must say. Looking at all the different shades there and the craters. I'm one of those people, when I get curious, I need to know, I want to go and see, I want to experience it. But don't quite think I was built to be an astronaut. I think they needed to understand mathematics. I definitely wasn't a fan of maths at school, so. But it is an amazing sight. So we've had a very cool question from David. And the question was, do the predators use the moon's light? And the answer is no. The reason I say that, and it's not an absolute no, it's your predator's eyes are designed to work much better in low light than your herbivores or prey species. And as the moon waxes and becomes that much brighter, then they lose that advantage of being able to see so much better than their prey. So around the full moon, very few predators will hunt at night. because there isn't a huge difference. So they almost lose that advantage. So it's not to say that they don't hunt at all, but it's definitely they don't have that extra card in their pocket, if you like. So the brighter the moon, the less likely, and they might as well hunt during the day. Mark, we are sitting next to a rather large sociable weaver's nest, and they are the ones making the racket in the background. They're sort of wrapping up for the day and having quite a loud conversation. So this tree is maybe 8 meters away from us. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 big nests in it, and they're the ones making a racket. Funny you ask, I was just thinking they are being rather noisy. We're having a nice peaceful moment staring at the moon and wondering a million questions. So we're going to leave the moon and just show you this tree next to us here and the culprits making the racket. I must admit, I definitely got lost in the moment there just staring at the moon. And that was quite an experience. So sure, for those who've watched with us before here at Tswalu, you'll recognize this massive sociable weaver's nest.
For all of you Wild Earth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
Wild Earth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on Wild Earth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
So we're investigating these little characters that were making such a racket during our moon viewing. And we've got quite a nice sociable weaver's nest here. Now, as you can see, there's not a lot of activity on the outside of the nest because it is dark and they've decided to call it a day. But it's like they're having a last conference call just to wrap up the Monday. But quite a large nest. This one I would estimate is definitely over 150, 200 kilos. So it's quite a heavy nest. And underneath it, there's an even bigger sprawling one, which is quite cool. But nature's engineering will always fascinate me. So that one hangs quite low and goes all the way along that branch. And it's them we can hear chittering in the background. So we're just going to have a little quiet moment and see what else we can hear as well as them. So Justine has asked, what is the temperature condition inside these nests? Now, exact temperature-wise, I can't tell you. But what I do know is that these nests are one of the reasons these birds are able to survive here all year round, because on the inside it's rather well insulated by that plant material, and the temperature difference in winter can be 10 to 15 degrees Celsius warmer on the inside. So definitely think that it serves a massive purpose there. But in the winter, it will keep them warmer, and in the summer, it's probably a fair bit cooler. You'll find a lot of that excess biomass absorbing the heat before getting necessarily to those nest chambers around the bottom of that nest. So hopefully that answers your question, but a good 10 to 15 degrees Celsius has been recorded. So we've had a question from Yuan, age 12, about how many birds would nest in these nests. Now, this one's a fairly small one, Yuan, so maybe 30 or 40 birds. But in the big ones, anything up to 300 or 400 birds. So it's quite a lot for one nest, don't you think? So folks, if you notice something changing on your screens, we're going to be swapping to IR. It's getting a little dark here at Tswalu. And there we go, the beauty of technology, and suddenly we can see that much more. I'd love to say I can explain to you how it all works, but that's a little bit above my skill set. You see, we still have our giraffe friend here staying with us. He's decided he doesn't mind us too much and would rather continue feeding and being, if not ignored, just kept pleasant company. The sounds we can hear that maybe the camera's not picking up. Interesting question from Alti. Are giraffes faster than antelope? I guess it would depend which antelope you're referring to, Alti. As a whole, I would say probably not. If you think about the fact that your hartebeest, your red hartebeest, is capable of doing speeds up to 80 kilometers an hour. And as much as I think long legs help when sprinting, I don't think the giraffe is capable of those speeds. So you'll find that that rocking horse motion of theirs does allow them to run fairly quickly, well over 30 kilometers an hour, but definitely not in the range of your hartebeest or tsesebe, who are capable of much faster speeds. Some old scars on the back there. Those bulls definitely had an interesting time. I think scars on animals tell such a story to a degree because you don't know what caused them, but you know that they're part of their life story and that at some point something happened, and yet he's managed to still persevere through. I think especially with your big cats and the scars on their faces, which are often from fighting, territorial battles maybe, or against other predators, they tell such an amazing story. But in this character's case, I'm happy to see he's still in good nick and carrying on with his dinner. So, do giraffes appear on the desert part of the Kalahari? A question from Ian, and my answer is yes. As long as there is browsing available and water somewhere, you will find these animals are incredibly hardy and able to survive in conditions where we might say there's no chance, we would never make it, and yet they find a way, and this is the true story of nature. She will always find a way. So yes, you do find them in the true Kalahari, maybe not always too far from water or from certain areas where you will find available browsing, but I have seen them in the desert before. We have some sandgrouse flying overhead coming in to drink. You can hear them. Our sociable weavers, some barking geckos, one or two insect species. You start to realize that the night is never still. There's a cacophony going on here. And it is an orchestra we would never be able to recreate. It's an incredible set of sounds to listen to. Let's take a moment and just see how many different sounds we really can hear. So before we have a quiet moment, we have another question from Mr. Yuan, age 12. Next question is, can giraffes jump? I don't think I've ever seen a giraffe jump. I've lived in the bush for my entire life. I don't think I've ever seen it. I've seen them when running. It looks like a rocking horse, but I don't think I've ever seen a giraffe jump. I don't actually know. So a very cool question, little man. But I actually don't know how to answer it. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but looking at those knees, I think he might have a bit of a hard time. And when you're that tall, you don't really have a lot that you have to jump for, because you can feed on the top of the trees. The Zulu people call giraffes Indlula Miti, the one who walks above the trees. So when you're that tall, I guess you don't really have to jump. So I think our plan is going to be to start up and take a slow bumble and see which denizens of the night we might be lucky enough to come across. As always, you never know in the bushvelds what you're going to find. So we're going to leave this male giraffe and say goodnight to him and carry on with our adventure. We are going to be reversing just so we don't bother them. So be a little bit of... So while we get this on the go again, we're going to be sending you across to Rule, who is also on a bumble. Let's see what he has to share with you.
Alright, at this time, I'm sure you guys could have figured that leopards are quite hard to find. So we couldn't get into the riverbed earlier on because on our way there, after seeing that chameleon, there was a herd of elephants that was also making its way into the riverbed. So what we've done, we've been driving on the bank of the river. However, we are about to get to the riverbed now. So we'll get inside the river and then just do a drive. When I was there last, there are a few puddles in the riverbed, and with that nice open sand, maybe we'll get lucky there. And so we'll carry on with our game drive as well. Just keep driving around, see if we'll be lucky in the riverbed. And then if not in there, we'll come out to the banks, to the other side of the riverbed, and then see if we'll try our luck there. There's quite a lot of tall trees, also a very good place to look at. Maybe the leopard might be coming down for a drink inside the puddles in the riverbed. So we'll see. Alright, so we're gonna get inside the riverbed, and today, should we find anything out there, guys, I promise we'll let you guys know. In the meantime, I will send you guys to Trishala, and she says she has something cute for you.
Ruel, I hope you really get to find your leopard, and the riverbed is a great place to look. So best of luck there. I found 2 scrub hairs, and yes, our IR light is working. And that is just great. These 2 scrub hairs have been very good to us because they've been bouncing about and they've finally settled down. So we can look at them, and very cute indeed. I've been seeing so many small-ish, age-wise animals around. Like we've been seeing these smallish, when I mean smallish, I mean they're not baby. Smallish scrub hares, smallish tortoises, smallish squirrels, smallish dwarf mongoose, And it makes sense because all those animals, all those little ones that were born in the December, November time, even Jan, in the height of our rainy season, all those animals are now coming out and about and moving about, and that's the ones we get to see. So that's quite cute. It kind of reminds me of the turnover that we get in the bush. Both of these scrub hares are quite small also. Not tiny, but definitely not fully grown. And scrub hares are actually independent around a month old. Very cool. Melissa, you'd like to know why they're called scrub hares and not rabbits. There's a couple differences between a hare and a rabbit. So for a scrub hare, like I said, they reach independence when they're about a month old. So they don't need mom and dad after a month old. Also, as soon as they're born, we say that they're called precocial. That means that when they're born, they can move, they can see, their eyes are open, but rabbits not. So rabbits have to spend a lot of time within their group, and they aren't born with their eyes open. I'm sure, Melissa, you would have seen baby rabbits or pictures of baby rabbits, and they look very, very vulnerable. And their eyes are closed, and they need to be able to have mom and dad around, or mom especially, in order to survive. Now, rabbits also have burrows. They dig into the ground and they make burrows, and then their youngsters live in those burrows until they're old enough to come out and fend for themselves. But scrub hares, they don't have burrows. They just live on the surface. That's the major differences between scrub hares and rabbits. And this is a hare. That's why it's called a scrub hare and not a scrub rabbit, because it displays those behaviors. The little leverets, that's what a baby scrub hare is called. The little leverets are born out in the open, and they can move around within a few days of being born, if not on the day, and they have their eyes open, and they reach independence when they're just a month old. And scrub is like a bush or a hedge. Short vegetation, that's called a scrub. So it's a hare that jumps around in the scrub hare. And that's an excellent question, Melissa, because lots of people don't know the difference between a scrub hare and a rabbit. Rian, you're 9 years old. You'd like to know if a scrub hare is faster than a jackal? Well, that's very, very specific. I'm not sure if a scrub hare is faster than a jackal. Considering the way that they move, the way scrub hares move, I think that there would be definitely be some competition. See, the difference is that a jackal and a scrub hare move very differently. A scrub hare will sprint and then move from side to side and side to side, and that's what distracts a predator. They don't know which side the scrub hare is going to jump to, and they can't predict. But a jackal doesn't move like that. A jackal moves in a straight line. It's not agile. It can't go from side to side to side to side. So I don't know which one would be faster, because I've never seen a scrub hare just sprint. And also, I've never seen a jackal just sprint towards something. I've seen them kind of trot. But that is a very interesting question. You know, if I had to pick, I would say that the scrub hare would be more agile and would jump out of the way quicker. And because they're small and close to the ground, they can escape quite easily. So if we had to say they were in a race, but the race ended in who would get eaten from the scrub hare side, or who would get fooled from the jackal side, then I would say the scrub hare would win. Hi Tegan, thank you for watching. You're 4 years old. I'm so glad that you're watching and that you're enjoying our scrub hares. You'd like to know something very special. You'd like to know if a scrub hare lays eggs like the Easter bunny. Unfortunately not. Scrub hares don't lay eggs, and that's because scrub hares are mammals. So mammals don't lay eggs. Mammals give birth to live babies. And a mammal is usually something that has warm blood. So, you know, Tegan, if you touch yourself, you're nice and warm. If you touch your mum or your dad or any of your siblings or cousins, they're warm. It's because you're a mammal. And also, if you look closely, probably at your dad, you'd notice that he has some hair on him, on his arms and his legs. Mammals have hair or fur. So the scrub hare has fur. Well, us humans, we just have bits of hair left. And the other thing is that mammals give birth to live young. So the babies are alive when they're born and there's no eggs. As for why the Easter bunny lays eggs, I'm not sure it actually lays it. I think the Easter bunny just uses the eggs to hide for all of us so that we can pick them and find them when we go on an Easter hunt. But I don't think the Easter bunny lays the eggs. I am just getting some fabulous questions from the little ones. I just love it. I love it. The scrub hare is very obliging. Lucy, you'd like to know why its eyes are shining at night? That's because we're using our infrared light. So many animals, in fact most animals, most mammals and reptiles have a tapetum lucidum. And that is a layer of cells at the back of the eye that reflects light. And the purpose of it is so that the purpose of it is for you to be able to see better. We don't have it, just to be clear. So the light goes in and the image forms on your retina, but then the light gets a second chance to bounce off the retina. So it's almost like your brain, or the scrub hare's brain, has two chances to absorb the light from an image, or to see an image, and so that would make it clearer, so the ability to see at night would be better. It only will look like this if you shine a light into the eyes of an animal. You might have seen it with your dogs or your cats. You suddenly see those eyes shining in the darkness when it catches a bit of light. Same thing here, but we are using infrared light. So this is light that we can't see. And the purpose of using infrared light is so that we can watch the animals without shining a light onto them, because these are prey species, and we don't want predators to be attracted to them because we are shining a light. And the other way around, we wouldn't want predators to be caught out because we are busy shining a light on them. So we use the infrared light in order to stop that interference. And you can still see the reflection of that light in the eyes of the scrub hare, even though we can't see the infrared light. So in reality, it doesn't look like that. It's just because of the infrared. I can even show you with the spotlight, but not right now because we're already in infrared, so it won't work. But I can show you with the spotlight maybe tomorrow evening. While we're still in color, so then you'll be able to see the reflection that come out of like wildebeest and impala and all of that. Jeff, you'd like to know what other tools we look for we use to look for animals at night. The spotlight is probably the best tool. It's a really underrated tool because of this exact thing that we're speaking about, that tapetum lucidum in the eyes of many animals. For that exact reason, it's really easy to pick out animals with the spotlight because you just need to get just a little bit of light. And then all of a sudden, you can make out that there's an animal there or not. So that's the easiest way, or sort of the most solid way. You see the eyes and you go straight towards it. But the other things that we use are our senses. So our ears, especially at night, because as the air cools, sound travels better and travels farther. So we have a keen sense of hearing. We try to listen out. We try to stop the vehicle and have a listen. And that, in fact, those two things working together are great. Maybe you hear a leopard sawing, but you're in the darkness, you can't see anything. But you know the general directions. Then take your spotlight out, and you have to swing. You don't even have to look closely. You just swing casually. And as soon as you see the eyes, you'll know it immediately. So those two things work together for us to find animals. At night, that is. Because at night we can't look at tracks and stuff. It's far more difficult. We technically can with a spotlight. It's almost not worth it. Chomping away. You'll sometimes see these guys in the daytime too, because their largest or their biggest predators are aerial predators. So when it's overcast and rainy, you might also see them out. And that's the nicest time to see them because they look really beautiful and fluffy. In fact, that's when the kids would love to see them too. So maybe tomorrow I'll look out for one for you all. Well, let me send you over to Ruel. He's still continuing on his bumble. I hope that his leopard search is going well.
All right, thank you, Trishana. The search is still going on. We've just been in the riverbed, just did a little section. Couldn't find anything there. We did see tracks of one lioness. But we came out now when we're driving in the central parts of the reserve. We're hoping that maybe we'll be lucky to see anything, or maybe get to see one crossing the road. At this point, I'm sure wherever they are on the move. There are reports on the other side of the reserve, which is quite far, that they have found a female leopard, but she's also on the move, and she's moving through a very thick section as well. So hopefully we get to see, or maybe get to find a different leopard in this side of the reserve. For now, I think we're also going to keep driving around and see if we'll have any luck anywhere. Sorry, I think I missed that question there that you got. Oh, sorry, yeah. You're asking how many known leopards are in Ngala. There are quite a few. So there is the Nyala female, which she's got her own youngster. There is the Tswalu female, which had two. There is the New Zulu female, who's also got two very small youngsters. And there is the Tswalu male. And there is a recent male that has just recently moved in to our property. And he's a little bit skittish. We've seen him a few times. And he moves in the territories of the previous male. There is another male that moves around the south. And if you go to the western side of the reserve, there's also a few other leopards that move there, but most of those on that side do not have records. So I think at least over 8 to 10 leopards or so that we know of. I think what's happening now is that we've been spending a lot of time away from the bush, and also with a lot of rain that we've had this year, this area is quite thick, and a leopard is a very, very secretive animal, and hiding and camouflaging is actually what the leopard is very good at. I think with the tall grass and the thickness of the bush, it's easy for us to actually drive past one of these leopards. Sometimes you have to be really lucky to get to see one. And sometimes we search for days without even having to find one leopard. I think that's one of the reasons why. That would explain why it's been difficult to find leopard for the past couple of drives. Tyler, I believe you asking, will the riverbed dry out in winter? So that riverbed dries out even if it's not winter. It only depends on how much rain we get that year. And in winter, I do believe it is going to dry out. And in fact, it has started to dry out. There are some sections of it that we are able to drive on them without ever worrying of getting stuck. But for the whole season of winter, I think it's going to be completely dry. I think it's one of the few things when you drive in the Timbawati now, because of the amount of rain that we've had, you could easily get stuck. So you have to always constantly keep thinking at the back of your head. But should winter come, that riverbed should be nice and easy to drive on.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply. Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
I love being a cam up for Wild Earth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
We have found some gnus, or the humble wildebeest, a nice herd of them. Just here on quarantine, not too far from camp, they've made themselves very comfortable in this area, along with the impalas and some of the nyalas as well. So it's always a good scene. Not bad. Now here you see that they've also got that shiny eye, so it's not just the scrub hair, it's got that shiny eye at night. The reflection from that tapetum lucidum. Looking at eye shine is really helpful because a lot of the time you can recognize if it's an antelope. I haven't felt so from the color, but lots of people say that they can, from the color of the eye shine, determine what animal they're looking at. But I look more at the height and the distance between the eyes to tell me what I'm looking at. And obviously herbivores have quite a distance between their eyes because they are looking for a greater field of view than a predator who's got a better depth perception, so their eyes are more front-facing and closer together than an antelope's. So for me, that's what I look at. And once you've seen it a couple times, once you've seen a cat's eye shine or an antelope or anything like that, it's quite easy to tell what you're looking at. And then those animals that are close to the ground also gives you an idea, at least to what category. Those animals that are close to the ground also. Yeah. So they'll sleep here for the night and then we'll see them again in the morning, and they sleep out in this area because it's nice and open. They can hear for some distance because sound gets distorted by lots of bushes around them. So if it's nice and open, they can hear. There's other antelope around, so there's more eyes, more ears.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning and welcome to a cloudy and overcast dawn here in Djuma Private Game Reserve, everybody. We had a little bit of rain last night and some technical difficulties. We do apologize about that, but it is a wonderful morning out. It's not only myself out and about. Shashala is out with Paul, of course. Josh and BK are out in Tswalu Kalahari. They're going to be looking for some meerkats. Yapi and Gert are out in Ngala. No doubt they'll be trying to track down some lions. And